Hello, good afternoon. Sorry, very slightly late on to today, but it's just after 5 p.m. on this Sunday evening. Hope everybody is well, and quite a few people to say good evening to already. I think Rachel's been on a little bit earlier on as well. Ethan just came up with a question as well. Azza, Seb, good evening all to you. Oscar as well, good evening. And let's get going. So let's, as usual, start off with the titles and we'll talk about what we've got in store in just a moment. Yeah, so also a good few more since the titles. Good evening, the Maze Taste. Good evening, Electric Blues. Good evening, the Concord Express, and Dominic and Brian as well, otherwise known as the Ferryman, and Josh as well. Hope you are all well. And yes, Dominic's the champion from last week, so you have pride of place because you have the choice of picking our service for the third run today, but just let us know when we get there. But glad you can join us for the first run, Seb, as well, and that is all good news. Right, Rachel's come up with the score for the first run as well, which is 19,010. So I've been tinkering around a little bit with the scoreboards. I'll just show you basically what the idea is. So so we'll do the usual thing for each run as before. So that's kind of set up. So it does actually now show up gold, silver and bronze. So it's showing gold because there's no scores for anybody at the moment, although we can put Rachel's in, and I will add Seb to the list as well on there. So let's just add a user there, add a participant, which is Seb. And we'll put Rachel's score in. So we know already, she's done this one earlier, 19,010. Doesn't sound like a bad score to me, to be honest. But you'll see that will change straight away into the gold medal position. So that's that. And then we'll do a separate tally as well for the overall score as well. So let's just knock that one out for a second. And then where are we? There we are. So that will be the total. So we'll put those in as we go along. So again, it's probably worth me just putting Rachel in there already, so that we are on target, as it were. So there we go, and so let's get the game started and loaded up, so that we are going. Oh, I think that needs just adjusting slightly, doesn't it? Let me see. I think that's right. There we go. Let's just get the game underway. So this is the plan for tonight. So we're going to start off with 1 Foxtrot 20, St Pancras to Faversham. And then we're going to do the Class 45 Peak, Northern Transpennine, Leeds to Manchester Victoria. And then we're going to follow up with Dominic's choice, who's got the choice for the third run. Then the fourth run is going to be Class 66, Basford Hall to Stafford. So we'll see how that fits in time-wise. Yeah, just making sure the game was on there. You sometimes get all these little nuances. Yeah, cheers, Dominic. Yeah, it's it still needs a little bit of tinkering with. I think you can get the pro version and not start adding backgrounds and stuff. So yes, indeed. Yeah. It's funny. I still haven't installed that weather pack ever, but I think I didn't watch it, but I think Tom did a Riviera line run to represent the bad weather, and yes, indeed. Yeah. It doesn't sound like a bad score to me. Well, you never know. It sets the benchmark anyway. I mean, I think my total overall for last week wasn't too bad, but it helped the fact that getting a score for all 4 runs for a start, that was a bonus. And I think you're always going to have a benefit in the overall total if you happen to be able to do all the runs. But I mean, it's all only a bit of fun anyway, but it's good nevertheless. So what do we want? Southeastern high speed. Class 395. So I was going to set this actually for a bit later in the year, because with it being an older route, I think sometimes it looks a bit washed out if you do it in something like January. Where are we? 1 Foxtrot 20. There we go, that's the one, isn't it? St Pancras International to Faversham. Oh, excellent, Hazard. To be honest with you, I've seen it, but I've already got the other mod installed, so I haven't got round to, because it kind of said, I think you've got to get rid of the older mod and put that one in, so you can't have both working, so I haven't got that installed at the moment. Yeah, that's great, Rachel. Yeah, perfect. No, it's fine. Yeah, just do it as and when, really. Because I'm not going to get a chance to update the scoreboard until a bit later. So that's perfect. Yeah, I will have a look at it. I did like the idea of more people wandering around, because, I mean, I think I've just put up a bit where he says it might affect the frame rate, but I can't imagine it's that heavy. But having more people about, because you've already got a load of stuff going on in Dawlish as it is, so it's nice that you've got more going on. So it's great, it's fabulous really that we're constantly getting new stuff going on all the time. There we go, that's closed that. I've pressed the end button, but I don't know whether that's just sounding the horn or whether that actually did close the front, or whether that would have happened anyway. Right, so let's get the train set up. So we're on the right side, aren't we? Yes, you get little weird situations like that, don't you, Rachel, sometimes? And again, you know, I'm sure you just wouldn't get that happening in real life. But yeah, that's brilliant. Yeah, thanks for letting us know on that, Rachel. You know, I'm sure when I played on this route before, it was absolutely like loaded with people. It was really, really busy. Ah, excellent, Azza. Yeah, that's great. Of course, we've got to do a bit of power changeover when we get to Ebbsfleet. Absolutely love this section coming out of St Pancras. We've got a 66 waiting there, those tankers. Be cement wagons, wouldn't they? Oh, crikey, Rachel, yeah. Oh, right, okay, yes. I suppose in extraordinary circumstances, then it can happen. Sometimes the game has perhaps a habit of representing real life things, but in a kind of a rather quirky way. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's such a shame, and I'm sure there'll be again the calls for an inland route, because every time it happens, of course, it connects or disconnects Devon and Cornwall, doesn't it? So, or Devon from Cornwall. So it's quite a big thing. Yeah, I might as well go Huddless here, because you've got your dynamic display anyway, haven't you? So there shouldn't be any great need. Actually, I tell you what we'll do. We'll have enabled that'll be better. And then that way, if I select the power controls, I know what I'm doing. I think I saw a picture of a unit with the glass actually smashed in on one of the carriages. I think it might just have been one window, but it still looked pretty bad. I mean, I think we all love Brunel for the fact that he run that line alongside by the coast, but it always brings with itself a little bit of difficulty. Well, that's interesting that we were 225 briefly, and then we got a 200 immediately after, so you kind of assume that we must have something that we're catching up with in front of us. It seems a bit early for the stop for Stratford. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we know from over the years, it's a classic scene. You've seen many pictures of the Dawley seawall and the waves crashing over, and it's been happening, you know, from the 70s and all sorts. Imagine we are coming up to Stratford here. One of those routes, this, that I can't remember who said now. Yeah, oh, Azzy, yeah, said. I presume you talk about this route, and it's a lovely route. It's an old route, and it's a nice one to come back to, having not played on it for ages. Yeah, I don't think I am Concord. If I remember rightly, I think it's just random how it selects the selects it. So I remember them saying when it first came out, it was kind of like, you know, you could play it ages and never get the rainbow livery, because I don't think you could select it. It's just what you've been allocated, which again I guess would be quite like real life. Oh, right, that's the point. Yeah, of course, if you've got something installed on Creators Club, then you can select that, can't you? Ah, somebody having a little bit of difficulty there going off the train, it has to be said. Yeah, that was one that came out directly, wasn't it? With the pat, there was no. There was no need for any mods or installs or anything like that. The great concrete jungle that is Ebbsfleet. Sorry, that is Stratford International. How did you say? Right, okay. Yeah, it's you know, it's not always easy getting everything right. The good thing about Stratford is you do actually get quite a bit of warning, because the speed limit kind of counts you down, really. And of course, remember as well, you're not doing miles per hour, you're doing kilometers per hour. Oh yeah, you could do that, can't you? Yeah, I love the fact that you can see a bit of track though, and it's not completely dark. It looks quite nice going through the tunnels. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and it's lovely. I mean, on Train Sim Classic, we've got a great bit of the southeastern network done now. You've got lovely. You've got Charing Cross. You've got Cannon Street, and you've got London Blackfriars as well. So that Steam Workshop Nicholas route is brilliant. It goes down to Sevenoaks and Tonbridge, and then you can connect with Victoria and all sorts. Yeah, he's done a good job of it, and I've probably said it loads of times before, but if there's one thing I would absolutely love to see, it would be a custom build of Charing Cross for, you know, even for Train Sim Classic. That would be lovely. But I still get goosebumps actually pulling out from Charing Cross, going over the Hungerford Bridge and across the Thames. You can see the London Eye, you can see the Houses of Parliament in the background, and then going into London Bridge. That's sort of bit, first of all Waterloo East, and then London Bridge. It's really good. I keep meaning actually, and again I've got loads on the to-do list as well with Train Sim Classic, but I'd love to do there's a scenario that does a whole run from, I think it's Cannon Street to Dover, and I don't think I've actually ever drove into Dover. I've done to Margate a few times, but I quite like to get round to doing that at some point. Oh, good evening, Scooby. Yeah, hope you're well. Yeah, they're very interesting stations. Yeah, we're just on the first run, Scooby. So we're off to Faversham in the Javelin. We've just emerged out at Dagenham. So we're racing away at high speed towards Ebbsfleet. Yeah, what I tend to do nowadays, I tend to be exclusively live streaming with TSW, but I tend to reserve the Train Sim Classics videos for the recorded ones, and so that's why I did that Class 68 185 thing the other week, but there's plenty more that I'd like to get round to doing. It's just having the time, really. Excellent. Yeah, wow. So yes, I know you've got your JD and Coke at hand. Be very nice. I think Amaze Taze is hoping for a cherry bakewell off you, potentially. Yeah, they did add a few, because you've got the accompanied lines here, and there's no you do get a few Class 66 services, don't you? But it'd be nice to have a bit more done on that. Yeah, I always say, I mean, I've still got it installed. I still play it, and there are bits of it that are really enjoyable and are great to do, but it's just it still remains an absolute nuisance in terms of installing stuff. I mean, I've got a video potentially that I was going to do with a Class 50 top and tail with a 37. It's the Air Valley Explorer, and you know, I've practically spent about 2 nights. Although I've got most of the stuff installed, just installing bits. So It's an absolute time waster for getting things done. Ah, excellent, Scooby. Oh, that sounds nice. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? You're off till Wednesday. Oh, I'm well jealous. Oh yes, how did you do in your latest run? I can't keep up. There's so many races you're doing. Thing is, I mean, I know we all moan about Trains of the World sometimes, but you know, you could pick up services where you've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of ready-made trains all ready to go. Ah, okay. Oh, wow, that sounds pretty good. World Series sounds important. Ah, good evening, Becky. Becky Davies, 1984. Yeah, hope you are well. Glad you could. Glad you could join us. Right, second in the Bad Boy Championship. I love that name, the Bad Boys. It's so good. Yeah, I watched a bit of the race from the other day where Matthias, whatever you pronounce it, but he actually put the last couple of laps into the finish, which was quite nice. So we got to see you a little bit closer up than we have done on previous occasions. Right, keeping all fingers and toes crossed that I actually stop at the station. Might be a slight overshoot. Nah, we're alright. We're okay just about. Slightly overshot it. Right, so here we need to get the power changed over, don't we? So what are we doing? So we need pan. Oh, I remember DC anyway, don't we? I mean, it says panel shoes down, but that doesn't make sense, does it? Because we want the pan down, don't we? But we want the shoes down. No, we've still got the... You can tell it's ages since I've actually done this. So we did definitely press... perhaps we have to go into neutral, do we? Definitely press DC. Ah, perhaps I didn't hang on to it for too long. It's lit up anyway, isn't it? Right, I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah, I mean we've got the light there, haven't we? So I think we're okay. Yeah, I think we should be okay. You forget, don't you? I mean, I've done it hundreds of times, but ages since I've actually done it. Scooby, we've just had a YouTube special with Sparks' Theory. Right, okay, tell us more. Lower the shoes, close the circuit breaker. Alright, okay. Alright, so I still haven't done it right then. Alright, press shoes down again. There we go, we're done. Right, so I'm going to actually keep the bar up now because we're now just in normal mode, aren't we? Good evening, Andrew. Yeah, hope you're well. Ah, right, excellent. Yeah, no, that's great. That sounds fantastic, Scooby. There are bits around here where you kind of think, you know, it's very nice, but you kind of get the feeling that the scenery is good but not quite finished in one or two places. This is the southeastern high-speed line, Andrew. So this is a very old one actually, but yeah, we're taking the 395 Javelin, so from London St Pancras to Faversham. So we've kind of gone for the high speed bit. Now we're just operating as a sort of a normal third rail EMU almost. So we've got fast bits to come, but essentially we're pretty slow now all the way to Faversham. We'll be stopping at all the stations in the Medway Valley. Oh, I thought I'd kind of got the 30 and a nice and early there for the braking, but I'm late. And I think this is because this is an older route, I think this will actually work on the older consoles as well. Got a 465 leaving there as well. This is very much Dovetail Games area. That's assuming, I don't even know for certain if they've actually still got their premises in Chatham. As Amaze Tays always says, they always seem to be working from home these days. That's a 465 and a Victoria service. Yeah, it's interesting. I do love the whole thing about and that's a bit basic over there, but I do like quite lots of bits about the network in and around Kent. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, it's a tricky one to find. That is that 30 speed limit. Actually, I've just thought, I know what I'll do. I quite like to have the door open because you can hear, you can still operate the train and you can actually hear the sounds of the motors all the better. And I've only once actually been on this service in real life. I went down to Ramsgate, stopped a couple of nights in Ramsgate. I like that, Andrew. Yeah, yeah. Some of the stock is quite difficult. I mean, even with the TGV, there's loads of things you have to do to actually get the thing moving. And Amaze Tay's actually set up a nice little video on his YouTube channel, which goes through all the procedures. Because, to my mind, even reading the manual, it tells you what you have to do, but doesn't tell you where all the controls are. So it's quite good to see visually. But some of the stuff is, it's not always obvious, and you know, obviously driving the German stuff as well, and you know, if you can get your head around the German signalling system, then it's a tricky old operation in its own right. Yeah, just think a few years' time when HS2 is finished to Birmingham, we're going to be able to go high speed as well on that section, so that's going to be a good few years off. Don't know what will happen then to the West Coast main line, whether, I suppose some of the mainline services might be cut back slightly. I have no idea on that. I think he's got his gaming head on. I think he was a bit disappointed. I know that Crewe Birmingham New Street one was ridiculously awkward and fiendish last week. So I think he's determined that he's going to keep it. There's a nice Thameslink service as well. I think he's keeping an eye on trying to be as accurate as possible this week. Yeah, I think so. Asa. Of course, we've got the 805 coming out on Tuesday night. Here's the old yard as well. Yes, I was going to mention that. I was going to ask you about it as well. I mean, I will buy it Tuesday. I don't know whether I'm absolutely dead excited, and I'll probably enjoy it a lot more when I get it. But I mean, the fact is, I've been able to drive the Evero for ages, driving on the PC anyway, because we've had a reskin of the Azuma, and that's even got a mod with the seats in as well, so that's always been pretty good. But the sounds on it are brilliant. The model itself, everything about the train looks really nice actually, and I think they've done a fantastic job. They're using Samu, I think, as an old Train Sim Classic sound man as well, so you kind of knew they'd get the sounds right. So it looks really nice, but I could maybe find it a bit weird, the stream at times. I mean, for example, on the Crewe Birmingham New Street, they were very, very hurriedly went through the timetable. Now, I could be wrong on this, but I've got a suspicion there probably aren't that many 805s that actually go via Birmingham New Street, and the 0731 or 0732, whatever it was, is probably one of the few ones. So it was almost as though they wanted to kind of not go into masses of detail on that. Yeah, I mean, it is a new train, and I mean, okay, you know, we've got, it's going to be more like the 802 for Riviera line than probably the Azuma that came out originally. The sounds on that were not brilliant, really. So I think it's a necessary evil, because I think I mean, you know, in some ways I'll probably still prefer driving the Pendolino, but it's kind of is a everyday sight now on the West Coast Main Line, so it's good to have it in there. It's going to make a lot more sense when we get the try and get this 15 in as well. This is always a fiendishly difficult one to get right as well. I always seem to remember that 15 comes in pretty quick after the tunnel. I mean, at least we've got 2 new timetables, and I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Supposedly, like a really good West Coast Main Line South timetable, the best one that hasn't been produced for a mod, but we'll see how good that is. I think the 805 is going to look and feel a lot better on the Trent Valley, and somebody picked it up that apparently Matt Pedalston dropped a clanger and said, accidentally or otherwise, might have mentioned that the Trent Valley line is in testing or something. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it, that it's not tilted in a way. Yeah, which is kind of good, and I don't know, maybe perhaps having spent 12 months of building routes in and around the West Coast Main Line, then perhaps they want to do something else. But again, I just hope it doesn't leave us in the lurch with things that are half finished. But we do need a way for the West Coast Main Line, much as though I'm probably the world's biggest fan on the West Coast Main Line. The thing that disappoints me the most, and I was chatting, I can't remember who it was now, but I don't know if he's an ambassador or not, but I was put a comment on somebody's video about it, and it just seems to me it's a dreadful wasted chance to fix and put like better announcements on the West Coast Main Line South, because you're going to have the daft situation where you've got announcements on the train, you've got announcements on the Crewe Birmingham routes on the stations, but then you've got nothing on West Coast Main Line South. And again, you're going to be operating a route where you've got no passengers at Euston and all that sort of stuff. So it was a chance. I don't mean that they needed to do a full upgrade, but it was a chance to improve it. Yes, indeed, Scooby. Yeah. I think it's. I mean, I do think it's an inevitability that we're going to get East Coast Main Line South at some point, and you know, who knows? Somebody will know. That's what they'll be working on the routes for already now for TSW7, and who knows, that might be a route for then. I can't see it coming out before then. Good evening, Lee. No, I don't think they. I mean, these are the Hitachi 395 Javelins, aren't they? And I don't think those IETs are in use on South East High Speed. Yeah, I'd like to think so, Scooby. Yeah, I'd like to think there would be a possibility as well. I mean, to my mind, it would really have to be Milton Keynes. I mean, if they did kind of Milton Keynes to Birmingham via Northampton, then you would then have all the appropriate bits included. Yeah, I mean, whoever it was I was talking to on the forum kind of replied quite bluntly and said, well, you know, this is a route, this is a train DLC, not a route DLC that's coming out. And I've kind of said, look, I know that. It's just, to me, these things could sit along side by side, but DTG don't seem to have any inclination to want to be able to do it. Yeah, exactly, Rachel. That's the point. And you know, some of these things are actually just fixing stuff that didn't work before. Yeah, I would like that bit to be included as well, and you know, we kind of need sections to be interconnecting. Yeah, I think it's I think, as the base Taze was saying, really, this whole 90 thing being missing from the Trent Valley line, it's just. It just has to be politics, doesn't it? And it's all to do with the fact that Alan Thompson Simulation and All Aboard Studios have got a big political history. And, you know, obviously I could be wrong in a sense, I guess, but you kind of get the feeling that there is something wrapped up with all that. Well, there is that. And yes, that would be very nice, Josh. I have actually put in a mod for the 390 now, and I think it's using the LNWR sound recordings, to be honest, but at least it's got announcements on it by doing that. Yeah, well, that's the thing, Concord, isn't it? It's I don't see why, and that, you know, again, you know, I've never done a timetable. Josh will know more about this, but it seems to be a bit churlish and childish not to include it, because I don't know how much work is involved, and surely it's possible and doable. I suppose the only excuse at the moment might be, well, if Trent Valley's actually is in testing, and maybe the 90 is just not ready. But having said that, when Riviera Line was created, they actually put everything ready in place for the nuclear pack to go with it. So yeah, we'll get the. And of course, you know, there's going to be hardly any difference between the 805 and the 807, other than the fact that you you won't be able to put it into diesel mode. I thought that was a complete joke as well when they put the 805 into diesel mode at Wolverhampton, and then the game was constantly flashing up messages saying, you know, you must put your pantograph up. And I think it's just basically the game was telling it, well, we know there's OHLE here, and why haven't you put your pantograph up, and so on. But they kind of behave as though they'd never seen it before. Yeah, definitely Concord. And like I say, using that Riviera line example, they were very quick to say that basically when the nuclear pack came out, it would work straight away, and it kind of did from day one, as I remember. I've kind of got to the point where I really don't know what DTG do nowadays, because all the stuff's pretty much made by third parties, so it seems as though there's kind of limited stuff that Dovetail Games themselves actually create, which, you know, I've not got a problem with, but surely then their job is to steer through everything and make sure everything works properly. Oh, good evening, Southwestern. I think you're going to get a bit about... The thing is, I think the 805s will operate on Trent Valley, because the North Wales Coast services to Holyhead and Chester go through the Trent Valley. I don't think there's basically anything that goes through Birmingham, or very little. Well, officially, Asa, but I think we all know that that was Rivet Games, really. But it seems as though DTG have a bit of a mental block, and basically they won't call out a route to be made by Rivet Games because they're expecting too much criticism. Yes, indeed, Rachel. Yeah. Yes, that's true, Concord. I have to say, I mean, there's some brilliant sound mods, but number one on the list has got to be the 700. Yeah, they do run on this part of the run. I think it's I've forgotten what the service is now, but it goes from Rainham, doesn't it? Oh, definitely, yeah. And of course, the big thing was they've been completely unwilling to put it in on London Victoria. Now, there is a mod from again PC only, but from the Train Sim community Czech Republic site, and that's got the full timetable, so you can do East Croydon down to Brighton. But I think basically DTG were absolutely scared of adding it onto the London Victoria to Brighton DLC. Good evening, GRE 2057. Yeah, there is a route editor, and but it seems incredibly dervishly complicated, to be honest. So coming in here a bit fast, but luckily I noticed, I think, in time, and it's a pretty long platform at Gillingham, so we should be okay. Yeah, it is. Funnily enough, I was thinking this earlier. I can't remember whether I've still got it in. I had it in for TSW5, but it was probably one of the first really interesting timetable mods that we had that added great value. And it shows that for even an old PC like what I operate on, it's still pretty good. The 465 sounds are pretty decent as well, and that's even as they came out, because they did utilise the Armstrong Powerhouse sounds, which was nice. Oh, excellent, Southwestern. Yeah, you've got to the stage of learning to track lay. Oh, that's amazing. Well, we've already got most of the trains, haven't we, really, Scooby? And, you know, even if they did it, I mean, I think, you know, it would be nice if we could add in the 91 to go with it, but we've already got the 700s ready, and it'd be good if we could get the proper version, you know, for doing the services to Welling. I mean, it'd be all the better if we got Moorgate in as well. Yes, it is. It is, Azzy. Yeah, there's loads of things you can tinker with it. You can have that massive thing in the corner if you want, with the speedometer. Cracking my brain's going. And you can also tinker around with it so you can get that bit up there. It will show the signals by rights if you want to, but I quite like having them switched off because it's that little bit of extra challenge. You think so? I think so, yeah. I think it's the minimal one. Yeah, is it? I get confused which one we've already got. Is it the 801 then that we've got for the Azuba? But you know, 379 wouldn't be particularly difficult to do, surely. And the 717 as a variation from the 700 doesn't sound massively different. I'd love the C2C line as well, I have to say. Ah, it's all flat and boring, isn't it, the East Coast Main Line? No, only joking. But I do enjoy the section from King's Cross to Peterborough. That's slightly more interesting. Yeah, there's plenty of stopping services. The trouble is, we'd probably be prepared to be disappointed by, no doubt, that we'd have the situation where they just didn't then put in the Moorgate branch, which would leave us all thinking, oh. Yeah, that would be interesting, Azzy, yeah. I'd love to see a bit of the Southwestern network model, because it's a fascinating bit, and yeah, there's things like that. You've got things like the Kingston loop as well. I'd just love to see Waterloo in the game as well, really, and further down would be fine. Yeah, C2C would be very interesting. Remember, I caught a train from Fenchurch Street a couple of years ago, but it was just random on one of my London visits, and only for the purpose of just enjoying the journey, really. I think I went back to Barking and then went down to Gospel Oak then on the Goblin line. I know, you just get this funny feeling though, don't you? I'm not going to stop here in time. I'm like, oh, yikey kikeys. Alright, we're going to get some of the train in the station. Or have we missed it? Yeah. Yeah, we've missed it. Oh dear. Okay, right. Never mind. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I know you would like it with an old 302, wouldn't you? Excellently. Yeah, you're getting Cardiff City Network for Easter. Okay. You've put in the train from Basingstoke to Southampton and started track at, is it just pronounced as Michelle's, but I'll leaves the possibility of extensions. Well, brilliant, yeah. I mean, my only tip would be is just don't build an absolute monster track. Learn how to do it, and if you can get that bit finished, then it's a damn good start. Because what you'll probably find is putting all the scenery in and everything else would be. Oh, good evening, Andrew. Yeah, you're just in time to see me miss out my first stop of the day. Oh yes, indeed. Yeah, I've got to comment on that, haven't you? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is your driver speaking. Many apologies. We were intending to stop at Rainham, but we didn't quite make it. We are shortly about to stop at Sittingbourne, so you will be able to cross over to the adjacent platform and get a train back to Rainham. Once again, many apologies for missing that stop at Rainham. Apologies for any inconvenience caused. Oh yes, please, Scooby. Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, you would think having just missed the stop there that I've been on the drink as well. Yeah, Clapham Junction is just amazing, isn't it? Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? The thing is, they've got a pretty sizable team, and they've already become accomplished at building. So, I mean, I think the problem with, it's probably the same with Train Sim Classic, but you can get into the situation where you build absolutely miles and miles of routes with absolutely zero chance then of ever finishing the scenery. So again, obviously up to you, but personally I'd say just do a little bit, get it all finished, and then it's a good start, and then you'll obviously learn over time. weed ramp. I like it, Andrew. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Of course, it's yeah. You can't get more expertise about whiskey than your particular part of the world. So let's try and make sure we actually do stop at Sittingbourne this time. Yeah, there kind of is, isn't there? It's just a little bit of a glitch, I think. But yeah, it almost looks as though there is like 2/3 rails. Yeah, very, very, very slightly. My brother always said that the times when he's been to Glasgow, he slightly he almost fell in love with the Glasgow Central announcement lady, and but we have seen her since on a video. He didn't quite meet up to expectations. I think he was slightly disappointed. I'm sure she's a very, very nice lady though. Is that the branch? That's the branch, isn't it? There. Again, I'm forgetting where it is. Yeah, it's the 1023. Yeah, yeah. That's the weird thing about. Well, it was interesting to see that 66 in that livery. Yeah, it's a weird thing about the Northern Transpennine route. It doesn't actually have head codes in for some reason. Sheerness, yes, that's what I was trying to think of. Yeah, I could see the bridge in the background. And again, on the Train Sim Classic route, they actually put it in, didn't they, by default. Oh, very much so, yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, again, one of the great stations in the country, and you just stand by that area with the old clock and the ornate shops and everything. It's just lovely. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, Rachel. Yeah, look forward to that. Of course, I'm a bit ahead of schedule now with missing out that stop at Rainham. Unfortunately, it doesn't just allow you to reverse back, does it? And we could have just done the stop anyway. I didn't realise. I was a bit surprised to see that livery, to be honest. Well, having said that, it's I can't remember what livery that pack came from. Oh well, there you go. Yeah, talking of Scotland, Iron Brew. Yeah, give us a quick chance to have a look at the 465 as well. Yeah, pretty busy. Well, since I've driven the 465, to be honest. Yeah, we have our driver installed, ready to go. Marlow branch and TSW as a community thing. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. Yeah, just something not too major. Oh, there's that. Is that the same 66? Has that just reversed itself back onto the train, or was it a different one than the one coming in? What's that one called? As one we can. We should be able to go there now. Yeah, I think something like that would be amazing, actually, and I think it'd be really good, actually, for some of the people in the community, if they could do it, you know, to do shortish routes, just for that point of view, because I think people would be massively appreciated. Yeah, it's I can't remember. I haven't got. It isn't the default any that comes with the game. It's a different one. Right, so we've just got one more stop then. So we've got a good 7 miles to Faversham, which is our final destination. Yes, indeed. Oh, just seen the thing. Yeah, meeting place. Yeah, it's a bit like when you talk about the Waterloo clock and sort of Only Fools and Horses, where he met Del Boy met Raquel. But yeah, it's kind of a similar sort of thing. Last time I actually was at Glasgow Central, though, I nearly gave myself a heart attack because I got off the train at Queen Street, and probably it would have been better just getting the underground line, you know, the under station to get to Central. But I actually went on the free shuttle bus, but I very nearly missed the train, so I had to absolutely run. I kind of like pushed back past a load of old people to make sure I got first off the bus, and then I had to run helter-skelter, and I made it onto the train with about 30 seconds to spare. Yeah, we're nearly there, Andrew. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, this is the last. But that's the good thing about it, and because they extended and put in Ashford International as well, then it kind of gives you a choice. You've either got a very fast run from St Pancras to Ashford, all electric, of course, or you've got the high speed bit that you dart off and change over to DC at Ebbsfleet, and you've also got a bit of the third rail network as well, with Dartford in there and stuff. Yeah, that's something I've not got. So I wasn't really too much thinking about that. I just meant the conventional under. What do you call it? Lower level is the term I'm looking for. I was thinking about, really, I should have just got the conventional train, but on the lower level platform from Queen Street to Central. Probably would have been quicker. But Glasgow subway, that clockwork orange, you can get that on Train Sim Classic. I don't own that, actually. Very strange, though, those trains are, aren't they, somehow? Just like nothing else that you see anywhere else in the UK. Yeah, it is nice, and it'd be lovely to take the journey down, and you do it on Train St Classic, but carry on down to Ramsgate and stuff. But it's pretty good. Yeah, I think it's probably one of the few pieces of DLC that I've ever seen with a working ATO. I think somebody once, I remember on a Tom stream on Train Sim TV, I think that bit around the Thameslink tunnels, I think he managed to get that working in ATO, or somebody did, but I don't think it was ever released as far as I know. Yeah, and both very different stations in their own right. But mate, I think I regained me breath on the Pendolino service. By the time we got to Motherwell, I could my breathing was back to normal again. I think if I remember rightly, there's an approach control into Faversham, so you just have to be slightly wary, because there's a chance that it could be it might not clear. But yeah, all I'd say is I would recommend, if you've ever got to connect with Glasgow Queen Street and Glasgow Central, and you've not got masses of time, then don't rely on the shuttle bus. Oh no, he'd set the thing off. Oh, that's a nuisance, because it's always a nuisance to get this thing done. Right, okay, what do we do? Emergency. Do. No, those things don't work. I always have trouble with this when this happens. Right, we'll see. I'm not going to win any points here, am I? Yes, I know, the damn TPWS. I would have stopped in time. I was absolutely fine. Right, hang on. So, what do I need to do? Right, demand. The secret is. No, I've done that a million times. Q. So apologies for the noise, folks. Reset what though, Scooby? Reset what? Alright. I've always had trouble with this whenever the that's got off. Change the gear off and on, yeah. Well, I've done that, haven't I, though? I mean, that's reverse is now completely off. I mean, that's just pressing the Q anyway. Don't think there's any other buttons around on this thing. We've tried that. There has to be a way. Set rescue to set the reverse away for off to activate the cab. Well, okay, well we'll do that. Hey, we've done it. How about that? Right, that'll do us. Yeah. Oh. Right, so we've got to draw power now. Hang on. So we've still got to mess around with that. Raise the pantograph close. Don't think we ought to raise the pantograph. Good evening, Andy Burbage. Yeah, I just had a TPWS thing, but it's again, it's like ages since I've. What have we got? We don't have to raise the pantograph. So we've now got it to close. So hang on, we've got DC. There we go. Well, that didn't take very long, did it? Hello, good evening, Haven. But yeah, thanks for the info, Andy. That's all helped. As has finished at 18,890, which is excellent. I'm not really expecting a very good score from my point of view, but hey ho. Oh, that's good. We're getting over onto this side. I presume this is because this is a Faversham service that's going to go back the other way, back to St Pancras. And I kind of knew that. I knew with the that approach control thing, but in fact I even mentioned it a couple of seconds before I did it, but I still failed abysmally. So Brian is 18,919. Electric Blues is 18,978. No, the only thing they've said, Haven, is they said on the forums it's very, very, very soon. So I think it's. I mean, obviously we've got the 805 coming out this week, so I would have thought it's going to be the next couple of weeks. Somehow I've just got a feeling it might even be the week after next, but I could be completely wrong in that. Still enjoyed it despite the despite the issues, but we made it to the final destination, which is all that matters. So I missed out. It wasn't the best of runs, was it? I missed out on Raynham. We didn't make a stop there, and we then had TPWS going off. I always think that's an interesting building. I wonder what that is in real life. Is it part of kind of the original Steam infrastructure? There we go. So, not surprisingly, I'm knocked down to 17,339. Dominic is 18,989. You're showing us how to do it, Dominic. And Amaze Taze is, oh, well, that's a brilliant score, mate. So you've been really quiet, concentrated, and you've come up with a 19,110. So I think that looks pretty good. Have we got Azers that have written that down? 18,890. So let's kind of close the game down as always, and then I'm definitely going to be bottom on that. Yeah, brilliant score, Amaze Taze. Yeah, that's really well played, and some good scores all round. Apart from yours truly, but let's get that into our scoreboard. All right, so we'll do it. I'll do it from the. The thing is, Rachel, I mean, you say yours wasn't a good score, but it wasn't too far off. So we'll put Azza in next, which is 18,890. So I'm going to have to do this twice, unfortunately, just so that we can keep the tallies running as well. Actually, I've just thought, have we got the... I haven't got it up, have I? Where are we? Wrong one. I knew I'd do that. There we are. Right, so put Azza in. Brian was 18,919. Dominic was 18,989. Electric Blues was 18,978. A certain individual was 17,339. Oh well, onwards and upwards as it were, hopefully. Rachel, we've already got in as 19,010. So I'll just quickly check. There wasn't anybody else involved, was there? Yeah, great score, Mace Taze, and Rachel as well. Yeah, fantastic. Cheers, guys. The benefit of not chatting. Yeah, absolutely. Speeding got me, Rachel. Yeah. First Bakewell going down now. Only up from here, Mr. P. Yes, indeed, Josh. One can only hope. Yeah. Ah, okay. Right. Okie dokie, Brian. Well, let's start off by updating the totals then. Yeah, basically catching up on chat. I won't be by the 805 pack. Trent Valley only if the class 90 is in. The stream on Wednesday was unprofessional. Yes, indeed. I won't disagree on that. I mean, there's nothing wrong in having somebody on the stream that knows nothing about trains. It kind of adds something to it, but I don't know, it just gets it all a bit surreal and a bit silly, really. So let's just put the totals in then. So we'll switch from that to that. So I'd really like something a bit more dynamic where all of this happens automatically, but never mind. The complicated bit's going to be after the next run when I've got to do it all over again. Right, so Brian was 18,919. And I think Seb was doing that run as well, actually. Azza was 18,890. Brian. Dominic was 18,989. Electric Blues is 18,978. Oh, there we go. 189. Oh wow, that very briefly threw me up the leaderboard. 18,978. Let's try that again. There we go. And then my interesting score of 17,339, which there we go. And we've already got Rachel's in, haven't we? So there we are. So we just waited on Concord, I think, and possibly Seb. Oh, I know. I mean, you know, it's all well and good for a few seconds of Mace, yeah, you know, the dad joke thing, but I think the thing is, if you're watching a live stream on something that's new, you need to completely focus on that. And I mean, I think Kez is obviously a brilliant route builder, and I think the All Aboard Studios team, but I don't think he's the most chatty of people anyway. So it was a bit difficult. Yeah, exactly, Azzy. Yeah, it went on for far too long. Yeah, blurred textures. I mean, I believe that's what they're working on. It just seems to me, though, they're working on blurred textures now and nothing else. But, you know, other things need to be done as well. Yeah, we should be getting... I think the 807 will come out... Well, I don't know for definite if it's coming out automatically with Trent Valley or not. Yeah, which, you know, that's fair enough. It's, you know, that's... People are different, aren't they? There is another chap from All Aboard who's kind of like the chief communicator, so perhaps just a shame that that he wasn't on the stream. Well, I think what we'll do, yeah, that's fine, Rachel. We'll go in a sec. Just a very quick break. Then we'll reload the game up, and then we'll get Concord's score because we could add to that. You know, if he comes on with that midstream, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Yeah, I remember. I mean, Dan, when they were on the stream together before, Kez could barely get a word in edgeways, and I think Dan was the one that was talking an awful lot, which you know is fine. But a shame he wasn't there, and you know it really should have been. If we'd had Matt, Dan, and Kez on the stream, I think it would have been worked a lot better. I say I've got nothing against there being somebody that doesn't know much about trains, but you know it starts getting a bit silly sometimes, and there's only so far you can get with kind of silly hats and you know pulling silly faces and all that sort of stuff. It just starts coming across as not particularly good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Alex is top notch. And then there's Jamie as well, which you know, I mean, he's obviously very knowledgeable on trains. It's the voice gets on my nerves sometimes a little bit, but he is knowledgeable. But I think, as Mace Taser said, it's like, how many community managers do they need? You know, it seems a bit stupid to me. Yeah, challenges are all right, aren't they? I kind of just don't know what's going on with DTG. There just seems to be just seems to be nothing from them really. Yeah, it's all very weird, isn't it? It's kind of, she wants to have have this very surreal, strange background. It's kind of not that I subscribe to any, but it's kind of the sort of thing you see in certain other channels and websites. I'm not going to say which. Yeah, I think so. I think he's. I think Steve's his thing, isn't it? And possibly the trains a little bit in and around Norwichy, Norfolk, sort of thing. I think he's ditched us now. That was it. It was like, right, you had your chance last week, you blew it. But I did put it out to the vote, and everybody came back and said we'll do the 37. So he can't really have any great mood. It's just typical, though, isn't it? That I'm now doing the 45 and he's not here. I think you're right. Yeah, sort of gothy feeling with it. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I mean, she just doesn't add any knowledge or. I mean, she'd said she'd never even seen an 805, so it's tricky. Right, Haven Fan 2. Can't wait for the Brighton main line to layer in with the Great Western Railway. Do you mean something to do with the East Coastway thing? I couldn't even remember that being a thing, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm sure you'll know which the sort of websites I'm talking about, but I'm not going to spell it out for our family-orientated audience. I mean, I shall still buy it, and I will be live Tuesday night, but that's kind of more for the channel's benefit, for everybody to see. I know I'm not going to be the first, because I presume you're going to get all your your ambassador streams, aren't you, over the next couple of days? So I'm going to be miles behind that, but it'll be interesting to see as well. And Josh might have any idea on this, but on the 350 runs on West Coast Main Line South, if they're adding in the new 350s, I wonder if we've got the missing stations being announced. But I can't help thinking it's extremely unlikely, because surely they would have said. Absolutely, Scooby, yeah. Oh, I thought you said, Haven, that you said it was going to layer in. Not that I'm aware of, no. Right, that seems to take an age to fire up. So this is British Rail Blue Times. Not really massively busy here at Leeds. This is the old Leeds pre-electrification. So we've got to remember how to. That's the master key. And you can still add in AWS, as I recall. Oh, we've got a co-driver. Hello, sir. I forgot now. You do it now. There's some lever somewhere, isn't there? Well, shall we just do it the old-fashioned way? But I think there's some sort of thing on the back somewhere. Oh, it's down there, isn't it? That's it. Even with the lights on, I can't see that. I mean, it kind of doesn't matter in a way, because we haven't even got AWS on this thing anyway, have we? Can't remember if the DSD. No, there's no DSD anyways. Yeah. Well, at least we've got passengers anyway. It's just one of those silly things, Josh, that the route's been out for 2 years, and okay, I know announcements wasn't a thing, but when they did the announcements in the summer, it was kind of like, you know, why not just get it included? Why miss a few bits and pieces out like that? Oh, we need to get some headlights on. Actually, I'll tell you what. I feel as though I'm missing something here. Yeah, absolutely, dude. I haven't played that for ages. Now I'm in forward. I really should have tried this before I started. Is there one of those change cab things, levers on this thing? We've done the no, then we shut, doors shut both sides. Well, there's no AWS on the route, to be honest, Andrew, so in a way it really doesn't matter. I'm getting the funny thing about the brakes not releasing. Throttle off. Yeah, it's Leeds completely different, isn't it? You think like in its electrified form now. I wish they'd done this in the class 40 because I certainly know how to do the 40. Do. But it's not going to make any difference if it's isolated or unisolated because we haven't got it anyway. Alright. It's something weird. Well, if there's a battery isolator, mate, I don't know where it is. You've got air brakes there. I mean, I've had no problem with it before. Oh, okay. Right, so, yeah, so engine stop lights on. Tell you what, let's just restart it. Yeah, I think it would be nice. Right. Well, what did you do, Dom? That I'm not doing. Well, I've done that though, Rachel. I've already flipped that, haven't I? I thought it. Isn't it something stupid where there's both an AWS and then there's another thing by the side of it? I'm just remembering. Because I'm sure that even though the AWS, there's no AWS on the route, I'm sure that you're supposed to get a ping from it. So, yeah, there's something I'm definitely not doing right. Anyway, let's restart it and then we'll have another go at it. But yeah, I think a modern day version of the route, which we will see eventually, would be incredible. Hi, good evening, Court Kent. Yeah, hope you're well. I really shouldn't try out trains that I haven't driven in ages without giving them a go before the stream. I mean, I've driven the 45 before numerous times, but it's ages since I've done it. Amazes me how it takes absolutely ages to for it to come up as well. It's like the newer routes seem to come up a lot faster than this does. It seems to be quite slow. Right. Okay. I think with this, it's a bit like with the Bakerloo line. It's worth getting out your seat and actually looking what's down there. That's what we need. Right, that's what we didn't do before, the changeover lever. Right. And then there's the other one that's next to it, I think. So let's now look for the AWS, which is, yeah, down there. There we go. Perfect. Right, there we go. We are now officially cooking on gas. And we'll be away very, very shortly. Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, that would be quite nice, wouldn't it? Maybe if we had a modern version of the yeah, there you are. You see straight away the it's coming down now from the brakes. So yeah, we're fine now. Yeah, it'd be quite nice to see that electrified version. Actually, I just thought I need to be heading forward first. Go. Right. Yeah, forward. That's it. And we have movement. We have power, and we're off. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see a modern version of Northern Transpennine, and yeah, I mean, you know, I suppose it would be quite good if we could get it in its electric. I don't know when we're going to get electric trains running between Leeds and Manchester, but that's going to be quite interesting. But yeah, absolutely, yeah, I'm the same. Yeah, 1980s, very much an era I remember with great fondness. And I think even for younger viewers, it's kind of interesting just to see how much has changed. Yeah, intercity London King's Cross to Manchester. Yeah, definitely, Dominic. Yeah, absolutely. And you know, for me, I just enjoy. I mean, even coming out of the station like this, and okay, looks the timetable's dead quiet because it's a dead old route, but just kind of the rattling over the points and the. I love that old squeaky sound as well. It's lovely. I think you're right, Amaze. Yeah, oh my word, yeah. Crikey, it's nearly half time already. Where's that 2 hours gone? But I suppose the problem is it took me absolutely ages getting this sorted, didn't it? So we are stopping at Dewsbury, we mustn't forget that. And then Dominic has then got the task of confirming to us what he wants to do for run 3. It's like we're forever going at 10 mile an hour here, aren't we, before we get the 25. And there are potential shenanigans on this route because although we've put the AWS on, there is actually no AWS on the route. So and some of it's semaphore as well. So I'm just hoping and praying that we don't get too many adverse signals whilst we're in the semaphore section. And also you've got to keep your eye out absolutely hugely, because you don't get any audible warning with the AWS. And then once we get that 60-mile-an-hour thing, then we're kind of worth going to the outside view, and we can actually hear the thrash. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yeah, I can't say that I'm teetotal by any stretch of the imagination. I blame me working life, my job, it drives me to drink. But this was probably the first routes that really got, because I wasn't that excited when the original Great Western Express came out. It just felt like a little bit of a missed opportunity, and I kind of wasn't that convinced by the sounds. I sort of thought, not sure that TSW is you know, amazing. But then when they brought out this Northern Transpennine along with the 101 as well, I thought, yeah, this is good. Oh, that was a 101, speaking of which. Right, now we can get a bit of thrash going. Yeah, I've never been a smoker, that's one thing you can say about him. I mean, the only thing about this route is, I think for the 80s, the air conditioned stock would have been better, and of course we do have them now with West Coast Main Line over Shap, so you could do with a remake, because it's a bit of an old timetable. No, definitely not boring Amaze Days. Nor you, Scooby, either. But yeah, I did the Running Train Sim Classic on the video that I put up last Monday, and that was in the modern day setting, so that was using a 185 Huddersfield to Piccadilly, and then a 68 going the other way, and again massively different compared with how the route was at these times. Oh, excellently, yeah, enjoyed that. Yeah, because I've obviously not played this route for ages. I suppose it might be a bit stuttery because of the shaders, unfortunately. Volvo. But Volvos are, oh craggy, I hate it when it's stuck in this stuttering. It starts making it look really bad. Volvos are incredibly reliable. I mean, this route's so old that I think I'm right to say that at certain places you don't even get moving cars, so it really is a little bit outdated. Yeah, shame I didn't get the chance to give this a run. I didn't realise it'd been an older route somehow. I don't know. I just thought it might not be as bad as this. Well, that's the frustrating thing, Dominic. I mean, I don't know who would be responsible, but they were asked a direct question on the 805 stream about the announcements on the 390, and they just said, "Oh, we've got no plans to do that," and they just don't seem as though there is massive plans to do anything. And I think the chances of them going back and doing a remaster on that, you know, I could be wrong, but I almost get the impression that we've kind of got no hope. I like that. Yeah, no moving cars in the 80s. Well, there's certainly no internet as it. YouTube was, you know, a distant possibility. I meant to change the time as well to of this run to the summer to make it a bit brighter, but never mind. I think the thing that amazes me, you know, with somebody in my 50s, I mean, I, you know, sort of didn't really, the internet came in when I was about 25, I suppose, something like that. And it's amazing how it's changed all of our lives. And also it's amazing the fact that it doesn't seem so very long time ago as well. But yeah, I'd love to see DTG. I think there's no chance of them doing remasters, and I think even the Great Western Express one was basically done by Liam in his spare time. I don't think DTG wanted him to work on it during works time, so that's what he did. But you get the impression that they aren't doing remasters, but just little touches here and there. Get the announcement said for the 390s. I mean, even like with the Richmond extension coming out from Johannes, we're hoping that we are going to get authentic TfL announcements on the London Overground between Richmond and Stratford. But what's the betting that we certainly won't get it then in for the 710? It's like little things like that would just be great. Yeah, and I get that, and sometimes it's not, you know, sort of, you know, it's not so I was forgetting how long it took to get the first break on there. Where are we? 2.9 miles. Again, because I haven't driven the route in ages, it'll be easy to overshoot these stations as well. Yeah, exactly right. And now they've been abandoned to dust, and that's kind of the thing that gets you annoyed the most. It's like there's a route that's coming out, it's the best thing since sliced bread, but don't forget, in a couple of years' time, then we're never going to talk about it ever again. Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, Goblin Live's lovely, but even if they just put the announcements on with the 710s, but somehow I think the chances of that happening are incredibly remote. And I can't even see them doing that, to be honest. It would be down once more to somebody doing a timetable. I was hoping actually to do a Spiky Yorks scenario of Creators Club on the Goblin line using the 315, but it doesn't work, unfortunately. He's got some mod in with extra Goblin paths, and he put in the district line stuff on at Barking, but he's still doing it from TSW5. It doesn't work on TSW6, unfortunately. But I remember when this first came out, this really got me into TSW. Then I was playing this incessantly. Now there's a 40. Definitely going to be a bit late coming into Dewsbury. You just can't come rushing in. But I've honestly lost the plot with DTG, wondering what they are actually doing, what they are producing. And I appreciate, you know, Matt Pedalston is in charge of the operation, so you know, he's not going to be doing things like creations and route building himself, and he's probably doing a lot of testing himself and looking at stuff, but I'm just not sure what generally they're doing. That shouldn't be too far off, I don't think. I find it incredible to think that back in the 80s that the Transpennine services were loco hauled. I mean, there used to be a DMU, didn't there, that was actually used on Transpennine before that, but then when that kind of went by the wayside, they were all loco hauled. Yeah, nice that we had kind of forgotten that we had the Mark 1 brake van on the back. So that was the old first class corridor coaches as well, which is was still a thing back in the 80s. Yeah, I mean, funnily enough, that engine stop thing is still lit up now, so it was all to do with that AWS changeover thing. Alright, you're going to the proper Scottish mode tomorrow, are you, Lee? Well, you perhaps get some tips off Andrew. But I think, like, with the preservation team, I mean, I don't know what happened to all of them, but, you know, for instance, Adam Lucas ended up with Skyhook, didn't he? And so I don't know whether he was made redundant or whether he just left and decided to set things up himself. Yeah, it could be, Dominic. Could be. I mean, it's kind of inevitable that, you know, they'd be a little bit slow out of the blocks at the start of the year, but, you know, nobody can kind of talk about New Year and everything now, but it's sometimes it's not so much about what they do say, it's about what they don't say. I think there is a completely separate team as far as I can gather with that, but you get the impression that's not too far off. Strange old line, isn't it? You get 45, then you almost feel as though as you're driving it on Trade Sim World that it feels like it's loads of different but unconnected lines. Yeah, it's Sam, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, he was great. And I mean, his videos were fantastic as well, and you know, there was a lot of humour put in with them, and he was a lot more knowledgeable than he would ever dream of letting on. But when they used to do those roadmap streams and he was asking the questions, he was asking some really, really interesting questions. That shows how we progressed though there, because you've got water there and it looks completely still. I always remember the Bakerloo line preview, and again it was kind of typical Dovetail Games where they were showcasing off their brand new Bakerloo line. Everybody was dead excited, and then they pulled into a station and there was a passenger sitting on top of the PIS display, Now, I think Matt Pendleton noticed it and made no comment about it. And the next thing was Sam said something along the lines of, he says, "Don't pretend you've not noticed that, Matt." I think the other weird thing as well, I have no idea whether it's been fixed, probably hasn't, but we used to get illuminated passages as well. Ah, okay, yeah. Oh well. Yeah, I suppose, to be honest, January, bit of snow is not a million miles away. Yeah, it's funny. I'm fairly sure if you do, you know, the present day Leeds to Manchester Victoria on Train Sim Classic, you kind of don't get this feeling of this constantly like in connecting lines. You know, it's such a different experience. Oh, we are going downhill as well, aren't we? Yeah, that was another famous Matt Pendleton stream, wasn't it? When they were doing the North London line preview, and he decided to give the 66 a run in the snow, and he couldn't get that moving at one point. He just couldn't get it past a particular section. But I know I'm a fine one to talk there when you think of all the times I've got stuck with my train. Oh well. I think I mean, you proved you're a top scorer as well anyway, so I guess having a handicap's not going to be the end of the world for you. Have you any thoughts, by the way, Dominic, on what you want to do for the next run? Because remember, after we've got to Manchester Victoria and I've had a coffee break, then I just need a run from you and a service from you at the head code number, and then we'll give it a rush. And the idea being that under an hour would be perfect. So I don't know if you've got any thoughts. I mean, if it happens to be half an hour, given the fact we seem to be a bit late running, then I wouldn't be overly against it, but it really is down to you. I'm not, to be honest, Azza, because I presume that's the original Bakerloo line, and to be honest with you, I kind of refuse to play the Bakerloo line on the section, on the old section of the West Coast Main Line as it came out, so it feels like a bit of an irrelevance to me. Oh, excellent, Haven fan. Yeah, you're trying to get ready for tomorrow. Not too far away from Huddersfield. I've got a feeling we stop at Staley Bridge as well when I looked earlier on. So but a little bit more spaced out in terms of stopping other than that. Another thing I was thinking about this 805 was that, well, actually, about the West Coast Main Line in general. Once we get Trent Valley coming out, you're going to get London Euston to Manchester Piccadilly services via Crewe, and I think they did stop at Milton Keynes. Sorry. No, let me get this right. We've got London Euston to Liverpool Lime Street services, and they could be 805, but they did stop at Milton Keynes. But I think the Euston to Manchester Piccadilly ones actually don't stop at Milton Keynes. I don't know if there's some that do. So you're going to have this situation where they probably aren't even going to be in the timetable. So that's just a little bit disappointing, to be honest. I'll tell you, this driving this week's been dreadful so far. We should be alright stopping in time. If there's ever been driving like an amateur, then it's today. Yeah, I think the 805 pack, if that's what you mean, Haven fan, I think it's $14.99, I think. So, you know, you're kind of getting a new train and two new timetables, really. But the point I was trying to make, and I wasn't making it very well, but what I meant is Euston to Manchester Piccadilly is almost end to end. So, okay, we're missing that bit between Alderley Edge and in particular Wilmslow to Crewe. But there aren't any real services unless you kind of force in that extra stop at Milton Keynes. And maybe that's how they'll do it, but you just get the feeling they'll probably miss those out. And even if you had a route merging thing, the point is there's going to be no way of kind of going non-stop at Milton Keynes. Lovely old station this is as well. You get this weird feeling if you come through on the platforms on the outside, as opposed to like the bit in the middle. It feels quite enclosed. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I think it's $14.99. I think I'm right in saying. So yeah, basically as good as being £15. Yeah, look at this. I mean, this could be a museum, couldn't it? Or, you know, a stately home. Oh, that I can imagine, yeah. Right, no speeding now between here and Manchester Victoria. The thing we're still not sure about as well is whether the 807 will come automatically with Trent Valley or whether that's going to be an additional add-on. I don't know. Yeah, definitely Haven fan. Yeah, as I said, I've got mixed views about it. I think the unit itself is fine, but I shall definitely buy it. I will do a live stream Tuesday night, and then you can have a look at it. I mean, there will obviously be other streams, I'm sure, out from before then from the ambassadors. But I hope, you know, it's just to hopefully provide a bit more of a balanced view. Is it Burns night or something then, Lee, tomorrow? I mean, if Andrew's watching and it is, he'll say, of course it is. I think it's bog standard price, really. I think the routes are more or less now guaranteed to be £30 or £32 unless there's some particular reason why it's downgraded. But the loco packs tend to be kind of like that, circa £15. Another tunnel here. Lots of tunnels on this route. We've got a bit of a stretch now, actually. 16 miles to go to Staley Bridge. That's pounds. That's British pounds sterling, Haven. Don't ask me what it is in dollars. Yes, indeed, Haven. Yeah, yes, I'm very much pounds. Yeah, great British pound sterling. I don't think. I mean, are you dollars? Are you Haven fan? I don't think there's that much difference nowadays between pound and dollars, but don't count me on that. But again, if you look it up on the Dovetail Games sites, you will find all the articles on tradesigworld.com. They'll tell you all the information about the pricing, the layers that are included on all bits and pieces. It's funny, we've got a second driver here, but he's not been chatting away to us too much. Yeah, it should be. I don't know for definite whether it is. And again, that's assuming you're buying it on PC. But I mean, they used to do like pre-release. You could buy in advance. Oh, here's a tanker train coming through. But I'm not sure whether they seem to do that these days. So I think the plan will be most likely it's going to be 7:30. I think if I can try and finish on time at work on Tuesday, then dash back, and I'll be back home for about 6 o'clock and get it installed, because it'll be available on Steam at 6 o'clock, and then should be able to go live about 7:30, and then we'll do a couple of hours. So we'll do a West Coast Main Line South run, and then a Birmingham Crew run. So probably on the basis that they did it the other way round, we'll probably do Birmingham Crew if there is a service, and we'll do Milton Keynes to London Euston, I think. Yeah, it's all on you, mate. Next, Dominic, you are the champion. What's your choice? And what's, as I say, you could actually pick the service as well, but just get it listed down to service less than an hour. As I say, half an hour and you'd be absolutely, would be wonderful, but I'll leave it down to you. I like the thing that you say, Scooby, about you had haggis once, and yeah, it's not bad, definitely different. Reminds me of those sort of shows over the years on the telly where you've seen a presenter trying it out, and they say, "Oh yes, that's absolutely gorgeous, it's lovely," and then kind of just sensed by the expression that they're showing on the face, thinking, that was absolutely disgusting, that was horrible. All right, there we go. Yeah. Cheers, Dominic. So there you go. True Road to Penzance. So I presume that's well, obviously it's that's on West Cornwall local, isn't it? 1C75, top up WCL and Pacer. Yeah, thank you very much. That's your selection, and again, it's a route that I don't play on massively. I'll perhaps do it in the summer though, try and make it a bit brighter, I think. Yeah, it's funny, but now that I'm getting past Huddersfield, I'm kind of recognising the kind of the hills and the landscape that I did the other day when I did the modern Transpennine video. So I'm looking at it, I'll put that somewhere as well, 0920. I can't believe we're only on the second run. I still haven't managed this no speeding malarkey, have I? They just seem to creep up on you, these changes in speed limits. At least we got down to the 40 in time anyway. I think I'm right in saying Rachel is is doing this one live as well. So she's done the other couple of runs, or the other run earlier on, the fourth run, I think. Again, absolute respect for the real drivers that used to ride this line in real life and be able to keep to speed. Yeah, excellent, Rachel. Yeah, no, that's brilliant. Yeah, marvellous. And again, I suppose this is more in your domain, as it were, driving old locos like this. Oh, excellent, Tazza. I'll be honest with you, I can be a bit like that as well. I've picked up routes in a sale, and then I thought, oh, I might as well get it. It's only, you know, a £5 or a £10, wherever it might be, and then I've not actually played it for an age. So it's a nice opportunity to have a go at some of the older routes. This is the, we've not quite reached night time because it's 11 o'clock in the morning, but this is a very, very long tunnel. Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing, isn't it? And you will know this. Again, much more than any of us, but route learning, I mean, I've no idea how long. I mean, you know, there's a good question, and again, sorry, because I'm probably distracting you from your driving, but how long did it take you to learn, you know, even one route on the West Coast Main Line? I'm guessing it takes quite a while. Yeah, I was the same. I'll be honest with you. I was saying a bit earlier, but I didn't get TSW immediately because I think my PC at the time wouldn't actually even play TSW. So I kind of waited a bit, and then when this came out, I definitely wanted it then. And although, you know, we all moan about TSW and it's certainly not perfect and there are issues, but at least there has been a regular amount of stuff coming out. Right, wow. And was that kind of the, I'm guessing not the whole of the West Coast Main Line, was just that one specific route? Yeah, for one route, yeah, yeah. Again, back then there wouldn't have even been videos that you could watch. I guess it was actually going out on the line and experiencing it with the driver. The thing that I'd really love to hear from would be some sort of instructor, and I'd love to hear it on the game actually. They probably wouldn't do it now because of, you know, they'll probably say security reasons or some other rubbish. But I'd love to hear from a real instructor who kind of takes you along and says, right, we're on this route. You're looking out for coming in for the stop and such. Look out for this church on the left or this particular building or structure. It's a different age now, isn't it? It's obviously must be a lot easier training with. I mean, I would imagine if you were route learning, apart from probably going, you know, they give you the material and you probably keep watching it over and over again on the telly just to get the hang of it. But I really would love to be able to you know, sort of know exactly where the stopping patterns were and all that sort of stuff. But I mean, even to learn all the routes, all the UK routes in TSW would be very, very difficult. And then you'd have to keep your route knowledge refreshed at all times, because you know, you could play this route, then not go back to it for 6 months, and of course you'd be, you'd have no chance. Yeah, and there's a couple of rail scene videos. I can't remember his name, but actually he might have been around at the time, you being based in and around Euston. He might even have been around, I can't remember his name, but there's a brilliant Euston to Liverpool Lime Street rail scene video. I think it's on YouTube now, from the 80s, and he's a very, very enthusiastic chap, and he points out all sorts of interesting stuff along the way. And they had a little funny thing in that particular video where I think he was due to stop. It was either Tamworth or Lichfield, and it was obviously a fairly unusual thing for that to happen. And the driver actually said, "I didn't realise we were stopping at that station." And the inspector man kind of said, he said, "Well," he says, "to be honest, it wouldn't have massively mattered, because you would have been signalled off the fast line onto the slows into the platform anyway, so you'd have probably realised what was happening." But I think it was an interesting era, because I think the 313s had just about come in on the Watford DC lines, but I think they were still running the old stock. You'd still got things like the 85s in particular on the Northampton Cobbler stuff as well. So it's a brilliant little video, actually. So I think it's still on YouTube. Whether it should be on YouTube is another matter, because but I don't no idea whether rail scene are even around or a thing these days. So you might struggle to buy it. I don't know. I don't know whether you can hear above the noise of the peat. We've got our little Westie barking in the background. Yeah, I'll see if I can find it, yeah. I've got the DVD somewhere that I bought years ago. And it's kind of, it was a funny setup, and to be honest, the first couple of minutes of it you could barely hear the traction inspector man, and then I think the chap who was recording it adjusted the microphone, so you can hear it for most of the journey. And once he'd kind of settled into it, he was on fire for the whole journey. Yeah, it's definitely barking good and proper, our dog in the background. I don't know whether sometimes if we get something like a lorry stuck outside, then or you could see a car parked across the road, it's broken down, We haven't got any street lights where we are. We're kind of in the middle of the country, but then he'll lead us into a ferocious barking. So my brother will be in there anyway, keeping an eye on him, trying to calm him down, but something's gone on anyway. I mean, although it can be a bit dark, sometimes the lighting that we got round about TSW6 time, in some ways I kind of often get the feeling that it's got worse in some ways, but I don't know. I suppose if you drive Riviera line now, then you would immediately say it's much better. I don't know whether you can hear the dog in the background. I've got one of those microphones on my desk where it doesn't just pick up the voice, it picks up kind of background noise as well. Yeah, it's ages since I've done a run on this route as well, so it's just nice to just revisit these things sometimes. And I say we're all excited about the brand sparking new stuff, but it's good to go back in time. Thank you, by the way, for anybody that's watching that's recently subscribed. There seems to have been quite a few that have come in the last week or so. So many thanks for that. As ever, for all the existing subscribers, your support is absolutely amazing, and if you're watching and you haven't done it at the moment, then please consider liking and subscribing. I'd be tremendously grateful. It always helps. Harry, be quiet, mate. Again, I think I'm right in saying this is one of those places that can catch you out. I think that 15, I think, comes on pretty much once we're so does Staley Bridge as well. So that 15 is coming on pretty quickly. All right, cheers, Rachel. I think you've had a bit of a head start on me because of my faffing about. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, I was too busy looking at the chat there, so we've actually come to a halt. It's kind of it's a funny situation with Scooby was saying. They are actually electrifying it, so you've got places. Certainly, I think beyond Staley Bridge, you've got electrification already in place. So that's, I don't know when electrified trains are going to be running, but there's bits of it that are still very similar, but there are also bits of it that have changed massively, and certainly Leeds and Manchester Victoria are just nothing like what they were at that time. I mean, Manchester Victoria was a much more interesting station, I think, back in the day, but still interesting now. be a bit of a slow crawl into the platform at Staley Bridge. Yeah, I'll let Dominic answer that one. I don't know whether he's using an enhanced timetable, or I guess it depends. If you've got Blackpool branches to begin with, because that's where the pacer comes from. All right, you got it. Yeah, wonderful. All right, fantastic. Yeah. Might be a great place to be dropping off to sleep to, Lee. But I love that view though, and I say it's an old route, but I love that kind of old sort of mill town, old, you know, with the Pennines and everything else. Yeah, I think the water, there is a bit of water movement when you get up close to it, but I think it has improved a bit since then. So we are on the last leg anyway, and pegging out for that coffee, I have to say. We are, so I reckon, is Concord still in the chat, by the way? Did you manage your score on the first run? I know you said he was a bit behind, but I think we haven't heard from him for a bit, so I don't know if I'm missing it or whether he hasn't confirmed it. Yeah, absolutely, Scooby. Yeah, that's what I did on last week's video. So that was in the 185 going in this direction, and that was using the Manchester stations to Huddersfield route from Pennine Pacer. I was hoping to actually slot in the Just Trains Manchester Piccadilly model for Tracer Classic, because it was infinitely superior than the old DTG one, but the problem I had was that it wasn't quite the right shape. It wouldn't fit in. Yeah, cheers again, Dominic, for the reminder. All right, that's it. 9060. That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Lee. I'll write that down. 9060. So Rachel's wow, she's got a good score in there, hasn't she? So that's quite a difference. Sure I've taken the brakes off fully. We're probably not far off being not quite all the way downhill, but quite a bit of it for the remainder of the journey. Because we've got to go down Miles Platty Bank, haven't we, into Victoria. All right, exactly 19,000 was it, Scooby? Right, Dominic gets 10,240 for this, which is great. So, wow, 2 points difference between you and Rachel, that's incredible. That's amazing, yeah. Right, okay, so exactly 19,000. Right, okay, I'll slip that in when we get to the end of the run then. I've got a feeling, I'm not sure which station this is, but it's not Ashton-under-Lyne, is it? But there is a station on the bend before we veer off for the last bit down to Victoria that just doesn't exist anymore. Well, we've got at least one favourable signal there, so I'm happy with that. Damn train. Yes, yeah, indeed, yeah. It's the pacer, Dominic. So the good old pacer, and if you have the reskin installed, then do it with the chocolate and brown, the old skipper livery. Well, it doesn't really matter. You can pick, can't you? There's different paces that you can pick from. But personally, to be accurate for the era, I would do the chocolate and brown one because they were known as skippers. They were the most unsuitable train that's ever been used on in Cornwall. But that's how they were for a while. Because the orange ones were more what you would see in Manchester. This is really nice here, isn't it? So as things stand, we might be struggling a bit with the I don't know, we'll see anyway, because the thing about the Class 60 run at the end Class 66 run at the end is it's only about half an hour, so we might have time. Yeah, well, you might remember Christopher moaning about the Pacers, and you know, he was practically saying that you know, such a bone shaker, and it took his back weeks to recover from it. Right, okay. I love the fact that the old ones have got like bus seats as well. Yeah, the only time I ever went on a pacer, it was kind of deliberately so, but I think I went from, I think it was Liverpool Lime Street to Manchester, I don't know if it's Piccadilly, Victoria, probably Piccadilly I guess, but I kind of fancy going on the old route, you know, not via the Chat Moss line, i.e. not going via Warrington. Yeah, I mean they were a strange old. I mean they lasted for so many years as well. I don't think really they were intended. They were built as a bit of a stand-in, but you know, single bogies. But we'll have a look at it when we're actually on the West Cornwall line, which isn't going to be massively far off. Although I need to do a little bit of scoreboard updating and stuff. That seems to take half the stream up. Right, this is the bit before the bend now, isn't it? So I think this station that's coming up, I can't remember which one it is, but I don't think it exists anymore. And then we're kind of then downhill to Miles Platty Bank then. Ah, right, excellent. Yeah, there's so many reskins already, isn't there, in Great British Railway livery. I mean, the thing is, it's a novelty at the moment, and I think we're all intrigued to see, but I think if every train's got that on, then it's going to get a bit boring. Yeah, definitely, Azzy, yeah. Yeah, I think it's it's sad to see them on. I kind of understand it on the side of freight wagons. I think, you know, I suppose we shouldn't condone any of it really, but you know, that's kind of all just about all right, but certainly not on the not on mainline trains. That's ridiculous. Right, cheers, Brian. So 8348. So wow, Dominic and Rachel have done an incredible job with that. Now we're going to have to get some power on when we get down to 20, otherwise we're going to run the risk of stopping again. Ah, it's this station I'm talking about. This is the bend, and then we're downhill for the last bit to Miles Platty Bank. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, and again, you know, I mean, you know, I suppose I wouldn't encourage graffiti, but I've always said some of the stuff they do is absolutely incredible. You know, they're incredibly talented artists, some of these graffiti people. I know, he's been incredibly quiet. He's determined to be the champion tonight. One thing is that I won't be anywhere near it. Wish we could go back to the 80s and travel on one of these services. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, coffee. Soon be coffee time. Oh, thank goodness for that. Well, yeah, it's a good old route, and again, I reckon, well, I presume if it's not on a sale at the moment, you can certainly pick it up reasonably priced in the sale, I would have thought. So probably say now, I mean, even for having the 101, I mean, I quite like the Tees Valley line as well, and that does have AWS in and doing an old 101 service on a Sunday morning sometimes has been a lovely little chill out. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's incredible how Manchester... Can you really believe that Manchester Victoria... I mean, you think of all the modern flats of the overhead power lines that exist now, and all the whole setting, it's a different world. Oh, I forgot all about it. I mean, if there's nobody going to watch it after the stream, then I don't know. What was the score? Ah, okay, yeah, cheers. Arsenal 2, Man United 3. That's the reverse of the 1979 FA Cup final, because of course that went 3-2 to Arsenal. On the rare, I mean, I don't seem to watch masses amount of football these days, but when I sit down to watch a big match like that, it's guaranteed it'll finish 0-0. But of course, if I miss it, it'll finish 3-2. Yeah, I think so. I think it's something that who knows? I mean, we don't know. We do know that All Aboard Studios, I think, have got plans for the next couple of years, but who knows? That might be on their agenda, or it might be. I mean, there's no guarantees that Just Trains will stop in the British Rail Blue era, although that seems to be something they want to do. Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I used to be fairly fanatical, but I can't be bothered with it these days. You know, when you team Stoke City, then they're not always the most exciting. I mean, we're having a bit of a better season. I still love this REG lighting glow that you get inside the station, which is quite nice. I should have gone a bit further up the platforms. Oh. Is there anybody on the train? Yeah, absolutely, Hayden. Yeah, it is. It's Tuesday. Normal times. I don't know exactly what time that means for Xbox. No, it is Tuesday. Yeah, definitely Tuesday. Right, 10-2-4-5. Amaze Tays. Oh, there you go. Wow, 3 points. But I think that puts you at the head of the field on that one. And I was 9-9. 9-9-2-1. Oh, well, at least I wasn't bottom that time. Where are we? Well, so right. So anybody else do that one? There's Concord doing that. It might be a bit behind. And Electric Blues, I'm not sure. But yeah, well played, everybody. That was really good. So let's try and get these scoreboards updated. Sorry, I'm doing what I do at work there. I started chewing my pen. Yeah, there you go. Well, yeah, I mean, crikey, it was a close old run though, wasn't it? That was a really, really close run thing, but I think, Yeah, I think Amaze Taze has definitely got his game face on tonight. So we'll say leaderboard each run. We'll lose that one, and then we'll go back in there, and we'll find the thing, and then it's. I still feel as though it's slightly Heath Robinson how I do all this, but at least we're getting somewhere. Leeds to. I mean, what I really want to be able to do is to stick these scores in, and then it automatically updates everybody else's the overall running total. But I haven't found a easy program that'll do it yet, and I think there's some more complicated things, but kind of blow me brain trying to understand it. So as it was 9060. Brian was 8348. Don't know about Concord. Dominic was 10240. That's Dominic. That's a tick. I was 9921. We'll put nothing for Electric Blues at the moment. I'm not totally sure if he was definitely taking part in that one. I don't know. Rachel was 10242. Yeah, the last one I've got, isn't it? Rachel 10242. Right, so just quick nip back to the other screen. Yeah, so close between the two of you, yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Azzy. Yeah, definitely right. Yeah, it's taken a while. It's very, very slow and steady building. I've talked to people at work, and they kind of say, "Oh, you're going to get a time when you suddenly get thousands," and I say it doesn't work like that. It takes time. All right, you're all ready for the break. Nicotine and coffee for me. So I don't think Electric Blues was in there. And I'm not sure about Concord, so but I can update the totals afterwards. So at the moment, unless there's anybody else, then Amaze Taze was the gold medal winner on that one. Rachel second, and wow, so close between the two. And then Dominic, wow, 5 points between the first three. I mean, they are the absolutely outstanding performances there. And that is superb, really, really good. But well played, everybody else. And I think, I headed the best of the rest, if we should say. But yeah, really enjoyed that. And I say, nice little blast from the past with an old run like that. So yeah, definitely, Azzy. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, it's brilliant to see it coming on, and we've got a good consistent following all the way through really now, which is amazing. So we need me overall totals. So am I showing that? Nope, I am not. Right, so total. So all I need to do now is to add the scores. So we need to add on 10245, 19110, 10245, which is 29, 355. So as we need to add on 18, 8, 9, 0, and 9060, which is 27,950. Brian is 18919 and 8348, so 27267. It could be a bit like the football scores at the end when we get to it, because it could be we've got a late result coming in. So Dominic was 10,240, and then sorry, Dominic was 18,989 and 10,240. Right, I've got that wrong for a start. 18,989, 10,240, 29,229. Now, I'm just doing these in alphabetical order because they're on the sheet like that, and then I won't confuse myself. So 17,339, then 9921. That's 27,260 for me. And I'm hoping I've got this about right, because we won't have to have a steward's inquiry then. So Rachel was 19,010, and then 10,242, so 29,252. Yeah, very nice scores indeed. Yeah, wow, so close. Well, it's up to you, Haven fan. I mean, I'll be buying it, but yeah, the sounds are really, really good. There's lots of good things about it, and you know, there's one or two things that slightly annoyed about, but I think the thing to remember is me moaning about the West Coast Main Line South not having general announcements and upgrades and stuff. That's got nothing to do with All Aboard Studios bringing it out. But yeah, so this is the total so far. So I'm not sure. And actually, I need to put Concords in as well. Just thought we'll put him in for his first run. Yeah, so we've got that in now. So this is what we've got so far. So Concord and Electric Blues, I'm not totally sure if they've played that or not, but so far Amaze Tasers out in front, but crikey, there is nothing in it. 103 points after 2. Dominic lurking just behind, and then some nice respectable scores on 27,000. Concord and Electric Blues have obviously only done the one run, but there we go. Yeah, get the announcements on the trains. Yeah, so you'll get it. You'll get full announcements on the trains on both routes, but you don't get station announcements on West Coast Main Line South. But that's because you haven't got it on the route anyway. I mean, that's a little mod for somebody to do if it's possible. I'd love to see station announcements added to the older routes, but anyway, that's another thing. Well, we'll move on anyway. Yeah, that's a good point, Scooby, actually. That is a damn good point. Yeah, watch the people that have streamed it. Find an Xbox recording, because you might actually be thinking, I'll hang on a minute and wait. So we're going on to West Cornwall local in a second. So we're going to have a break there. I'm going to make myself a coffee, and then we're going to do 1 Charlie 75 in the Pacer after that. So back in a minute. I wrote down all the names. Okie dokie, right, let's move on then. So there's no scores come in. So if either Concord or Electric Blues did play that run, then let me know at some point and I could jot it down. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's supposed to be a really busy timetable for West Coast Main Line South, isn't it? So it's all a bit weird. So we'll find out a bit more on Tuesday. I wished I'd got a lot more Haven fan. Yeah, and I think that's fair enough, Scooby. I think nobody should be asking you to buy any piece of DLC where you've got inconstant blurred textures. Yeah, well, you're gonna get that. I mean, having said that, obviously Josh's timetable is 2019, so you're not going to get 805s there, and we're probably very unlikely to get an update to Fawkes's West Coast Mainline South timetable, because that obviously is that Fawkes is now working part of the whatever the people are called who created the mild main line. Do I have £20? Not to give away, unfortunately. Firefly Studios, yeah. Yes, that's who I'm talking about. Well, it's no surprise that it's them that would come to the solution in terms of solving things, because of course they are the absolute experts on modding. Yes, wish we were most days. Right, so West Cornwall local. So we're 1 Charlie 75. So we don't want the modern one, do we? We want the older one. So ignore the fact that says Northern Trains. So I'm going to pick the skipper one. I'll go for the older one, I think, the 85, because I think I'm right in saying you get better sounds with that. So I'm going to make it nice and sort of summery. Let's go for August, otherwise it's going to look a little bit on the quiet side. And then I think we're after 1 Charlie 75. There we go, 41 minutes, absolutely perfect that. Absolutely perfect, Dominic, thanks for that. Yeah, I like it most days, yeah. Sounds like a fair exchange. That's the kind of Del Boy approach, isn't it? I will split it absolutely, completely down the middle. That's 60 for me, 40 for you. 60-40. Yeah, we're only joking, but yeah, I'm afraid, unfortunately, we all scrape by Haven fan, and I might be a bit older, but I'm certainly not rolling in money. Wished I was. If I was, I wouldn't be working. I think he's just absolutely head down. It's like he's playing absolutely determinedly, and whilst the runs are on, so we're getting absolutely no chat at all, but just the bits in between. Game face on. I think he's determined to be top of that championship leaderboard tonight. Haha, yes indeed, I see it. Oh, excellent, Hayden. Well, you know, if you can persuade the right people to help you out with that, then yeah, buy if you would like it. But as I say, playing it on the Xbox, I think it's a very, very good point from Scooby. Just obviously, you know, prepare to be disappointed if it's if there is a chance of blurred textures, so you might want to check that out before buying it. What do we want? We'll say headlights, I think. Oh no, what? Oh no, I don't want them locked. I couldn't remember I'd unlocked them. There we are. That's the that is it in skipper livery, the 142. And actually, we should be able to get this thing working, if I remember rightly. That's if it's got Cornwall destinations on. I can't remember. Maybe not. Oh well, yeah, it might be. Might be after the... Oh! Ah! Come back. Right. Is that right? Oh, I've got it in Absong as well. Right, so doors are shut. Oh. Anyway, if I ever criticise any driving on YouTube streams, then you can say, you can immediately say, well, what about your driving? That's right, yeah. Now then, I can't remember what the button is. Is it F, is it? G.
Shortly be arriving at Red Roof.
Yeah, there you go, yeah. Of course, that is the dulcet tones of Tom of OTS and Tradesim TV. We've got a 37 in rail freight livery there alongside us. Yeah, I thought by playing it in the summer, it looks a bit brighter. So if you think as though we're on a bus, then that's exactly what it does sound like. And of course we don't have manual gears, but you can very much hear it notching up in terms of the gears. Just to confirm the stop, so we're coming at Redruth, Cambourne, Hale, Sutton and Penzance. So due to arrive into Penzance in, well, 34 minutes. Again, this is a route kind of fits in with the theme really of the first 3 runs. We've kind of done really old pieces of DLC. And I think people have really said that, you know, it's an odd choice Truro. I mean, actually, no, it goes from St Austell, doesn't it? But because this is a local service, then it's Truro into Penzance. But yeah, I'm glad you picked this one because, you know, I might never have thought of including it in the stream. So you know, it's good to do something a little bit different. Now, if we ever get a week when I win the championship, heaven forbid, then needless to say, obviously, you know, I'm not going to insist on me being the choice for the viewers' choice group. We'll pick whoever came second, but the rate things are going, I'm not sure that's ever going to happen. And it was absolutely slated, this route, but I think personally it would have been nicer if it had been a bit more longer, and, you know, sort of probably too long, but Plymouth to Penzance would have been fitted in beautifully with what we now have with the Riviera line. And it's nice that we've got the branch to St Ives included as well. Strictly speaking, I should put the blind up for the rear carriage as well, but we'll see if we get time to do that when we get to Redruth. Yeah, well, let's hope so. Hope so, and I think that's the beauty of doing it. It's kind of makes it more interesting. And again, you know, clearly people want, just like we've got with the West Coast Main Line, people obviously want extended runs. So, you know, that's an obvious choice, and sort of Reading to Bristol. Just realised I didn't put my AWS on. Yes, they're kind of set at Newquay for excursion trains, aren't they, from the days of old? And there are things, I think, like the Atlantic Coast Express, which used to operate as a steam train out of Newquay many years ago. So it's a bit like that with Blackpool North as well. Yeah, we went. It's a good few years ago now. When my mum was alive, we went on a holiday to Newquay, and we drove down, but we did have a day out on the train where we went from Newquay, then we went down to Par, and then we went on the I don't know what it's called now. Is it something like the Bodmin and Wentford Railway? I think it was. Yeah, it's interesting, and we do already know. I mean, the one thing I did hear is that All Aboard Studios have kind of got plans over the next couple of years or so, and from what I gather, they're absolutely hell bent on making. I presume they're mainly full time people involved with it, but actually. They seem to be hell-bent on making stuff that's going to be successful, that's going to make a living out of it for all of them. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's kind of like, I think you even get the platforms at Bodmin Parkway on the, I think it's kind of like the other platform, if I remember rightly. And to be honest with you, I don't know whether it was just me, but it didn't strike me as being the most exciting steam railway I've ever been on. You know, when you think of like the Severn Valley or getting on the North Yorkshire Moors Railway and, you know, getting up some of the climbs on that, these lengths, I don't know, it's perhaps just, sometimes it's just what your mood is on a particular day. They have, and you know, I think we speculated before, but with kind of reading between the lines, you kind of think Crewe was being developed as part of the Crewe to Manchester route for Alan Thompson, and for whatever reason, you know, part of the split up separation was that they could keep Crewe, and I could be wrong on that. They may have built Crewe from scratch, but they seem to be dead quick. And then in no time at all, they'd thrown together Crewe to Birmingham New Street. I know they had a bit of assistance from Johannes with the urban part between Wolverhampton and Birmingham, but they did throw together mighty quick. They seem to have thrown together the Trent Valley as well pretty quick. I mean, it's helped a bit because Crewe Stafford's already in there, Milton Keynes is already in there, but you've still got things like Rugby and Nuneaton. Those are the major stations along the way. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how these things work, but I presume that should there be a will to do it, then I presume ATS would have to buy something for it for using it. But I mean, I think I did see something on Alan Thompson's Facebook thing a little while back, because people have repeatedly asked ATS if they're going to add in Crewe, and he was quite firm in saying we haven't got any plans to do it. They are allegedly doing Train Sim Classic from Crewe to Manchester as well. So much as though it pains me, even if we have a Train Sim Classic link between the two, I'd be kind of alright with that for the time being. But I think, in all honesty, I mean, we talk about, I think All Aboard seem as though they're not far off from being full time, and I think ATS are very much part time, and so it's inevitably going to get smaller less frequent routes. I mean, I think they have been advertising for staff a few months back, so I don't know how that's taken shape. And you know, as long as everybody can get on and there aren't any more fallouts, then they do still produce stuff to a great standard. I think Hayden, the Greater Anglia driver who drives flirts in real life, provides some expertise as well. Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? We don't even know if. I mean, I think they've got plans on producing one, but I forgot. Mind you, we did say the next station before, didn't we? But never mind. But you know, in theory, if they produce another new route, then hopefully it'll be a good one. But it might be a couple of years before that sees the light of day. Those are the old school departure boards. Actually, it's nice to see those doors shutting as well, isn't it? Clag from the diesel fumes and the exhaust. But yeah, you can close your eyes. You're going along at this point, and you really could be sitting on a bus. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, he's from Cambridge, isn't he? So yeah, something like that would be great. I just think, you know, I think don't have any great expectations about when it's likely to come out, because even if they've started it, then it could be a couple of years away. But I assume that they've done. I'd be interested to know, and you know, I've got absolutely no idea on this, but I'd be interested to know sales-wise how they have done on TSW compared with the routes that they produce for Train Sim Classic, and I hope they've been favourably impressed. It certainly encouraged them to do the Class 90, and it looks as though it's encouraged them to do another route. So all being well, it all bodes well for the future. Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, I think even that's massively optimistic. I think it could be a really long time away. Because if they've got somebody new in it, it might take time to get used to the whole process all over again. And I think a lot of the stuff they produced in the past, and again, I'm kind of speculating really, but it just seems as though, I think the observation is that basically the people who've done them have kind of worked absolutely flat out for several weeks and months to produce something, and then I think by the end of it, I think they probably almost said never again. And I kind of say that because I know, like the people who produced Network Scott East, well, they did that off their own back, but they kind of worked on stuff before on Train Sim Classic. I think they were the ones, some of them were involved with the Northampton Loop being created, but and possibly I think they helped finish the Stoke Loop as well, but I think it's kind of like we can't keep up that pace of producing that amount of stuff in at any one time. But it's the fundamental problem, and as far as I gather, I could be wrong, but I think all of ATS are kind of part-time. So naturally that means it's going to take time. I'm not going to say we're going to expect a good score from Dominic because he chose the run, because at the end of the day I pick the runs every week, don't I? And it doesn't mean I always get a good score. And I'm not helping my own cause here by forgetting to put the AWS on at the beginning. No, Haven, it won't be tomorrow. I'm going to do one on Tuesday when the 805 comes out. Yeah, I know what you mean, Azza. I mean, I've got most of the constituent parts, and I suppose that's the problem with, or the benefit of having built up. I mean, you know, I've been buying Train Sim Classic stuff since 2007, I think, when it first came out as Rail Simulator. I mean, I've only, to be honest with you, I had to do a reinstall Train Sim Classic a while back when I had computer problems, and oh yeah, hang on.
The next station stop is Campbell.
But I haven't actually reinstalled it. Again, it was a little thought of my mind, but I did fancy at some point doing a Northampton Cobbler route run with the a Class 85 and the Mark 1 stock in NSC livery. Yeah, it's about standard price, Haven fan, to be honest with you. Go. Bit too quick. Now I've locked them. Hale was the next stop. Oh, excellent, Hale. Well, if you could you know, if funds allow, and you know, always remembering to seek permission from bill payers, then yeah, brilliant. But as I say, just bear in mind that it's not perfect with the Xbox, and you know, if you can live with blurred textures, but you know, prepare for the fact that it might have blurred textures. I'll say all being well, I'll give it a run on Tuesday night. Good evening, Luke Kirby 9516. Hope you're well. Right, so I see the 60 coming up. We got the reminder there, so I've got absolutely no excuses for not getting down to or being at 60. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I was alluding to earlier on, because the point being that London Euston to Manchester Piccadilly being the prime example, but those services that go via Wilmslow and Stockport just don't stop at Milton Keynes, so there's an issue straight off. And I just, other than inserting I suppose what we'll just have to do is include an additional stop at Milton Keynes, but I'm guessing when it comes out, there just won't be any drivable Manchester Piccadilly to Milton Keynes services. So you end up with bits of routes that, even though you've got the extended route, you can only drive parts of it. In a kind of a way, if you know what I mean. It kind of doesn't. I love the idea of basically doing a full run from start to finish. They do, Azzy, yeah. And I'm not 100% sure that no Manchester Piccadillys stop at Milton Keynes, but I know the Stoke ones do, but I don't think most of them do. The Liverpool Lime Street ones do, though. But again, I'm just kind of getting at the fact I'd love to start or finish at Manchester Piccadilly and feel as though I've basically done essentially the whole run. All right, you're into announcements, are you, Luke? Platform 1 for a 3 o'clock South Eastern service at London Bridge, calling at Woolwich, Arsenal, Woolwich Dockyard, Charlton, Westcombe Park, Maze Hill, Greenwich Deptford and London Bridge. Yeah, it's all, and you know, I mean, I do a lot of rambling, as you know, on the stream, and I suppose the thing is I've got the time to do it, but it's just joined up thinking. It's not all that difficult. And there just doesn't seem to be any cohesion or plan. It's like, let's throw a load of random stuff together. And I mean, I'm delighted that at least with all aboard, they've kind of said, look, let's bridge the gap. And, you know, so there's lots of good things in there. But I really don't know where DTG are just heading with the way they implement the game. Hail in this case, Luke. And I honestly think that if there's any enhanced route hopping, there's a possibility it might come in Trains of World 7, but it might not. And even if they do it, you know, I don't want to sound disrespectful, but it'll probably be bodged up in some way. All right, cheers, Haven fan. Yeah, thanks for your company. I know you've been watching for some time, so yeah, really appreciated your company. Yeah, see you Tuesday night. So the plan will be 7:30 p.m. But all depending on me installing it in time. But I'll let you know if there's any delays. But that's the plan. But yeah, thanks for your company. Yeah, kind of. I mean, having said that, we know there's a lot coming out as well. I mean, I thought Crewe Preston would be imminent, but you kind of get the impression that that's maybe a little bit further back, but there's still loads and loads and loads coming out. And remember, if all this comes out for TSW6, then you know, we're basically, that's between now and the summer. I mean, it's like, I've said it loads of times, but one of the features was signal delays. That was going to be a new feature with TSW6, but it seems to have been quietly forgotten about. So the idea was you could do the same service 10 times on a newer route, and you would have an experience slightly different every time. But we're just not getting there, are we? The announcements. The next train is terminating at, which reminds me actually.
We will shortly be arriving at Hale.
There we go. The announcements, in the main, a lot better than I was expecting, but there's still little sort of blips with them that don't quite work. You know, some trains you start your journey and you get the full announcement saying where it's going to, what station it's stopping at. Others you don't. Sometimes you don't get anything until you arrive at the first stop. And then the dreadful, this train is for Manchester Piccadilly only. Yeah, so I believe, and I know you mentioned that. I mean, my concern is, and you know, I hate being cynic, but it's like, how far are they advanced? Have they even started looking at that? You know, at the moment it's kind of like, look, we're going to concentrate on blurry textures and nothing else. That's the priority, but is that the only thing they're doing? Yeah, exactly, and I think that's the thing. And you know, we sort of, sometimes you feel as though it's like radio silence. There you go, a little tranquil ride along the river. Well, they had a bit of water seepage there. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know. You think these people walking up the platform would... it's probably another hour or two before the next train, but they're going to be waiting in vain. They don't seem to be too bothered though. Once you get to St Earth, you feel as though Penzance is not too far off. But I do think communication, I think that sometimes they're less than honest, and I don't quite like that. change at St Earth for services to St Ives. Not sure I've ever done a full run in a pacer before between Truro and Penzance. I've enjoyed it actually. I think if I was driving it on my own, without the chat of the stream and everything, I'd find it slightly the boring side, but like this, very nice. Yeah, that's it. I mean, you do get a little bit of this, you know, when people ask about, are you going to do this, are you going to do that, and you know, you get this standard, bog standard response of, if it's not in the roadmap, then there are no plans for it. Yeah, I think they're trying to be, and I think they are leading the way. I mean, Rivet Games will still be active, and they're probably building the a route. No, we're all right, aren't we? I was a bit worried then about that 7 foot, but it is down. I mean, Rivet Games will still be active. It's just the fact that they tend to produce stuff, but it isn't talked about massively.
The next station stop is St Earth.
I mean, Just Trains as well produce some incredibly great stuff, and I mean the fact that with this pacer, Tom took the trouble of recording the announcements for the West Cornwall local and Tees Valley as well. I mean, that's an attention to detail that just goes way over and above, way over and beyond, or whatever the expression is, which is kind of like the underlying theme, really. I feel as though generally with DTG, they're not trying to exceed expectations, they're just trying to at least sort of equal or manage expectations. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure they are, mate. You don't surprise me by saying that. And I mean, I don't know. You might have. Oh, those are the bus seats, by the way. Bit late to be doing this, but thought we might as well get the. Yeah, I bet even if your sources have told you where they're doing, then you're probably sworn to absolute secrecy. Right. I haven't got time check whether the tail lights are on. Oh, hang on. Went to that palaver again, aren't we? I'm not in forward. I mean, he did give us that sneak preview last year because he said he told us that Rivet Games had been spotted at Dawlish, so I think we knew ages before. It was probably a nice exclusive preview for us actually, but I think that was, I don't know where you'd read it, whether it was on one of the forums or where you got the information from, but basically that told us that Riviera Line was coming at some point. Yeah, it's a weird one with I still go back to like this falling out over the LNWR branding, and it's still not being resolved. So they have the licence for West Midlands Railway, and there's no issue with putting that on the trains, but LNWR doesn't seem to be a thing, and doesn't look like they're going to be bothered about pursuing it. There you go, you see. Oh, he's a big tease. That's fair enough. Well, who knows? I mean, that could be a double bluff. He might know or he might not know, but I am sure that if he's sworn to secrecy that he's not going to tell us. I mean, there may be other people. I mean, Josh was joined us earlier on. I don't think he's in the chat now, but he, again, because he's kind of in the loop with Just Trains, I mean, he might know as well, but you know, you've got all these agreements in place. But it all, I mean, it does add to the excitement, doesn't it? Wondering what we're going to get. And, you know, usually 99 times out of 100, anything I ever say is completely wrong. But it's, what did they say? It's the hope that kills you, isn't it? Actually got a nice fast bit of running at the moment. We had done until I pressed the 2 button. And my goodness, that was the slowest freeze ever. Oh well, well, I'm saying nothing, but that tells me something. That does tell me something. Right, now, I'm not going to be completely fooled by the signals now, because well, I've got to. I mean, I'm not going to say. I'm not going to make no comment, but that kind of tells me where it might be. There is a surprise at Penzance once shut the doors that forgot about. Oh well, don't worry yet. Oh, I'm excited now. Roll on August. Now got clearance, I think. I mean, actually, July will be the time when we officially know, I think. So, and then it'll come out. Sorry, is that right? No, my brain's going. Well, August time, July, August, we'll get the Dovetail Direct, and then it'll probably come out in September. I'm wishing the year away now. Well, that wouldn't be a surprise, really, would it? Because that happens on most Dovetail game routes. You've either got no passengers getting on, or none getting off, or you've got ones shooting off like a space rocket into outer space, or disappearing below ground. Right, so the last couple of miles. So this is, oh, there we go. There's St Michael's Mount in the background. whatever you say about this route, this is probably the really exciting section as you come in. There's nothing more exciting, I think, than being on a train where you're heading towards the heading into the and alongside the sea. Ah, cheers, matey. So 8875 is your score. So we're going alongside the depot. This is where the night Riviera sleeps in the daytime before coming out at night to do the service to Paddington. Yeah, absolutely. Amazing days. Yeah, thank you, Dom, for picking this, because it's kind of something that belongs in the category of being slightly different, and you know, it's good to move away from the bog standard sometimes. So the question is, have we got time to finish off our Crewe Basford haul to Stafford? Oh, well done, mate. That's brilliant, Dominic. Wow, you are the expert on this one, clearly. 10, 8:30. Well done. There you go. You see, you had an ulterior motive. You know this inside out. You know, I'm going to win this one. Yeah. Ah, great. Yeah. I've got time myself. It's going to make it a longer, slightly longer stream overall. But yeah, brilliant. It's only about. I think it's a slow start out of the depot at Basford Hall. But aside from that, we should be all right. Right, Rachel is 10,719. Well, that's a good score. 10, not quite as good as Dominic's. Just something really old school and exciting about this. I'll say setting it in the summertime, it just gets rid of all that that dodgy lighting that we had doing it in January with the Northern Transpennine. Yeah, I think you could be right, which is absolutely fair enough. Oh, we got a 37 on a passenger service as well. In lovely rail freight colours, love that. Yeah, this is the best part of it, to be honest. I think it's a shame that kind of there aren't services that go from Penzance to St Ives, but they don't seem to be. They seem to be very much the branch between St Erth and St Ives. All right, excellent, Dominic. Yeah. Oh yeah, just waiting on your score, I think, Brian, aren't you? You and me, I think. Yeah, thank you very much, and yeah, really enjoyed that. And as I say, you get those sort of summertime vibes. It's you can see the sun reflecting onto the sea, that lovely turquoisey blue look. You know, you could be in the Mediterranean here, couldn't you? Lovely. Ah, is there really, Azza? Right, okay. Yeah. Hang on. Help if I shut the right door, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's interesting, that. Oh, yeah, absolutely. You really do get those vibes, don't you? What's that say? Penzance what? Penzance seasidings. Oh, okay, right. Ah, right, okay. Oh, I see. I thought we'd finished there, so I've actually got to take it back the other way, have I? Okay. Don't think that matters, does it, with master keys on or not? Oh, hang on, it might be. Right, so as it is 10,892. Oh, crikey, you've just beaten Dominic. Right, so, okay. Right, okay. Yes, indeed. Yeah, sometimes it's just little things, isn't it? I mean, I forgot initially, so it might count against me. I did have a run a few weeks back where I forgot to put them on instantly, and then it didn't penalise me. But then I did another one at another time where it did. So I think it depends on how quickly you get them in. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely a great choice. And I think that's the what hopefully could be a nice. Yeah, we're all right, aren't we? I was a bit worried then that just making sure on the signals. I think sometimes it's that's the great thing about having viewers' choice. You can get something a bit different. Good evening, GRE 2057. Indeed we are. Yeah, still going. But yeah, thank you very much for picking this. And hopefully by the end of the stream we'll know who this week's winner is as well. I quite like this idea as well. Sometimes it's nice to come into the station and then you have to take it out and stable it in the sidings like we've got here. Yeah, definitely right. And you know, otherwise you become a little bit of a one-trick pony. And you know, there must be times when you know, you think, oh, not another overgrowth, not another this, not another that. So it's yeah, it's good to vary it up a bit. Press AWS twice whilst listening. Yeah. I've got it listed. I mean, I've got an old PC. Oh, I'm 9655. So so I'm Better than, yeah, I think you're right, Mace says. You must have, you must be, perhaps you didn't get your safety systems on. It's on me, on the banner on the stream, so I've got it, notes on there about what the specs are. I can never remember. Right, okay, 9655. So, any more for any more? Did have I missed Brian's score on this, or are you're not quite there yet? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, great scores all, and so we'll hopefully we should still be finished by 10 o'clock, all being well. But it's an old computer, and I'm also slightly stuck. I live out in the country and out in the sticks, so we haven't got absolutely super high-speed broadband as well. So that's the only limitations I have at the moment. Well, we want the for each run. That's better. It's take me all evening to realise that. And where are we? So we'll call that. So that was 1 Charlie 75, wasn't it? Champions run. Truro to Penzance. Oh, right, okay, we'll change my spelling there. To be honest with you, I could do with probably, I don't know, might be able to get it in with that. Okay, let's get that done. Champions Ruin. That was very good. I enjoyed that. Really enjoyed that. Let's get the scores in then. So Mace Tays, do it from the top. So 8875. Azza was 10892. Dominic was 10830. I was 9685. Don't think I've even made a medal place tonight, actually. And Rachel was 10719. So I'll knock Brian off for the moment. So I don't know whether there's any other scores. Let me quickly go back to the other screen. Brian, not quite there yet. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. And it's fairly short as well. So let's put the totals up anyway. We'll hang on for Brian as well, but try and make some progress on that. Well, I think that should be about right. Get these strange boxes that come up in OBS Studio, so it's trying to get it all in. Okay, right, let's have a look. Alright, so we'll do a Mace Taste first. So 29, 355, 8875. So that makes a total of 38, 230. And then Azza was 27,950. I'm not going to be as good as David Coleman used to be, talking about down 2 places, up 1 place and all the rest of it like he used to be. 38,842. But then he didn't have to kind of do both things, did he? He's trying to talk and type at the same time. 38,842. Dominic is 29,229. And 10,830. So 40,059 for Dominic. Wow. So that puts, I think, you in the lead as things stand. So I need to add 27,260 to 9,685. So 36,945. And not forgetting Rachel, so 29,252. 10,719. 39,971. Right, so that's I'll just quickly go back to the other thing in case Brian's in there. Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks, Amaze. Yeah. Is that right? Is it? Have I got the scores wrong? Okay. All right. Another 2,000. Fair enough. I knew I'd do this at some point. $42.30. Okay. And then I think Brian's coming with his score as well now. $8,219. Right, okay, for Brian. 8,219. Oh, you're joking. All right. Oh, okay. Fair enough, mate. Oh, okay. Okay, well, for the moment, well, Amaze Taste momentarily took the lead. I see. Oh, very good. I could have checked it anyway. I have got my tallies down. Right, so we updated Rachel, so we need to put Brian in with 8,219, so 27,267, 8,219, so 35,486. So I think that's obviously the bottom, those that they only did the first runs, but so I think that's the totals then. So Dominic's out in front, but my goodness me, there is not much in it, is there? What's that? 29 plus 59, so 88 points in it, and as not a million miles away, but kind of 130 behind. Amaze Taste pushed out of the medal places into fourth place. I think so, Rachel. Let me just double check. So we've got 17, 339, 9921, and sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. We've got 19010, we've got 10, 242 and 10, 719. So it should add up to 39,971. So what have I put on there? Let's have a look. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I've got that right, I think. Assuming I've got the scores right then. So yeah, so Rachel into second, but there's hardly anything in it. So Dominic, Rachel, Azza and Amaze Tays, and some honourable places just below as well. So really well played. Remember, Brian and me have also played all 4 runs so far. I know, I'm going to have to watch out for that. Right, okay, so we'll load up the game quickly then, and we'll move on to the very final run. Yeah, cheers, Rachel. Yeah, I mean, if you want to let us know, but yes, it's not all. Well, it's Birmingham Crew. Yeah, Class 66, and it is 6v11. So it's Crew Basford Hall to Stafford in reality. You can do, Rachel. Yeah, that would be quite handy actually. Thank you very much. I won't add in the totals yet anyway. I'll do that at the end. So that'll be superb. And at least hopefully we know with Crew Stafford, although the other thing I want to know as well about this 805 coming up is it bodged in any way? Tell you what, let's go for April, make it a bit brighter. Screenshots or it didn't happen. Yeah, that was funny. Oh, I should be watching out for these tricks now. I've got a little table and I've scribbled obviously the numbers down, so you know, it's easy enough to add up the 4 runs, but obviously it's always assuming I've got the totals right for each run. All right, cheers, Rachel. 6205. So that will be interesting. I can't tell you what score you need for victory, but I'm sure you'll probably work it out. 1729 tons, yeah. So I did actually write it down in preparation, but I think in terms of feet, it's 864 feet as well. So I'll make sure we get that at least on and headlights and stuff as well. Day running. Right, so my old favourite, this thing. Tell you what, let's do the this thing first. Never remember whether it's brake timing or brake cutout. I should know this by now. Yeah, there we go. Right one. Right, that's fine. So that's that. And then train length. Enter. Oh, hang on, no, I've got to do it down here, haven't I? I have to do me. Press switch to begin. Press enter to edit. And then the yardage we said, 864 feet. Yeah, I just do it the cheap way, to be honest, as a with the control and enter and shift and enter, and that should sort you the both the AWS and the DSD. Right, so we should. Actually, we haven't had a look at the train either, have we? We've got these. I always forget what these are called, these wagons, but we're loaded, so that'll be interesting. It's very nice as well. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and shift and enter. Don't tell me which is which, because I kind of do it without thinking about it. But right, there we go. Yeah, HOAs, very nice. They look too. I'll keep a sharp eye out for these signals. So it'll take a little while to get out onto the main line, but then once we're going, then it's pretty straightforward. Still feel as though, you know, I mean, this is it's an old trade, relatively speaking now, but it actually still feels like quite a modern-looking cab. Yes, indeed, yeah. And this it's quite nice, because sometimes I think, again, you're doing empties. And again, you notice the difference, and you know that is something that fair dues to DTG and everything. Yeah, they are absolutely lovely. And once we, if we get moving, once we get moving at speed a little bit, then we will have a decent look at them properly. So you got an LNWR 350 crew sorting sidings. I mean, it's probably a bit emptier than it is in real life, but I suspect if they filled it all up with stock the way it is in reality, then probably the game wouldn't move. Yeah, imagine if you're holding a heavy train like this, coming downhill is probably quite tricky. Oh, I know, I've seen, yeah, you see some of the pictures and stuff like that, and, you know, it probably wouldn't be too far out to say You know, it's a bit like what you probably expect to be in at Cape Canaveral, about to go out to space. Ah, excellent, Rachel. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've got loads of. You're just using that Spratty Heath 66 pack, so probably completely incorrect livery. You might have actually made sure you got the proper livery on there. I've just gone for the top one. I like the blue livery, to be honest. Probably completely inappropriate for this run. I always feel the DSD when it goes off is slightly on the quiet side, and particularly listening through the headset, I can only just about hear it. And I presume there would be the probably be the appropriate livery for this sort of train, would it? I quite like the feeling as well. You know, sometimes we do freight runs and you're starting, you know, from like Milton Keynes or on the main line and stuff, but it's quite nice to yeah, it's definitely red, that one. It's quite nice to start from the yard. Going to do the old trick of absolutely crawling away. And the clever thing here is we're going uphill as well, so right, we've got green. But I think, and Rachel was telling us that we've got green there, but just watch out because the signal behind it, or the next signal after that, might not be green. Ah, right, yeah, right. Yeah, I suppose that's the problem, isn't it? Because it's dead easy with Creators Club. You get the you probably have to build, you might have to build them in Formation Designer, which isn't that complicated, but you know, you'd probably only be able to do it in free roam. Yeah, so as predicted, we've got another red. And you're kind of not surprised about this. To get out of Basford Hall Yard in real life, then you kind of would expect this. You obviously, passengers are going to be the priority, passenger services, so it's no surprise to see a red, and then you're waiting access out onto the main line. But again, it's kind of music to my ears, all this sort of stuff, because it just feels like real train operations. Yeah, I think probably with formation design it'd be fairly straightforward, because you just install them the same as you would do. That's probably what we're waiting for. There's a 350 coming racing by, but you probably, right, that's now green, isn't it? I get so paranoid with these things. Yeah, it's definitely green. You install it the normal way with and then you'd use Formation Designer to make up a formation, and providing the amalgamate easily enough, then it shouldn't be a massive issue. Yeah, definitely right, and clearly that's a bug. And again, whether all aboard studios are aware of it, I suppose that's one to actually put on the player feedback on the forum, if somebody thinks about it. They might be aware. I suppose they're thinking that's probably way down on the priority list, but again, just gain access out of the depot. I mean, it hasn't caught us out, partly because we had Rachel's warning, but also you're kind of in the situation where you're going that slow anyway. Yeah, definitely right, yeah. Definitely right. And I presume such things could probably be fixed, but it's stuff. I suppose it's kind of in the realms of, like, you might have a dodgy signal in real life. It probably has to be worked on and then sorted out. Speaking of dodgy things as well, on ATS, if you encounter Slade Lane Junction at speed, then it's pretty slow running. Sorry, it's pretty fast running, and it's a really sharp bend. But I think they did say in the forums that there is a patch for that coming in, so at some point we'll be able to encounter that a bit more reasonably. I mean, they just said, well, in the new year, but nobody quite knows when that is. If it's into testing, it might be in the spring sometimes. So I'm kind of hoping we get green now all the way to Stafford, but I suppose you have to be a little bit careful. Yeah, it is green, isn't it? Yes, indeed. Never thought of that. I don't know why it made me think of it, but it was just because of a potential fix in the game. Oh dear. Oh, excellent, Rachel. Yeah. I'll tell you what, though, and again, this is a thought as a, serious thought, but as a real train driver, it's, I suppose, I've kind of got my own answer, really, but you've got your sunflower thing, haven't you? So it's quite difficult when you've just gone through a load of double yellow signals to remember that you have just passed through a green. But yeah, I mean, the fact that the sunflower's gone out, then that tells you that you're not in a restricted area, I guess. Right, now we can have a look at the wagons on this thing. Yeah, complete with graffiti all the way. These were one of these in the pack, weren't they? I could remember it coming out now. I've forgotten what. Was it Aggregate Pack or something from Skyhook Games? Where I remember doing it. I remember doing vaguely a run something like Bletchley to Williston Wembley, but probably not actually driven them ever since. Yeah, yes, I can understand that, because again, there are sometimes issues with signals, aren't there? So you know, you have to be your memory has to be. I suppose it's experience, isn't it? But you kind of like train for it, don't you? So you're aware of the situation. Well, there was is that one of the wagons where it was actually released for another route, but or it was included for West Coast Main Line South as well? I can't remember now. Was it for both West Coast Main Line South and South Eastern High Speed? Can't actually remember running them that much. I love the fact here we're kind of, you know, we're grinding away uphill, and it's quite a steep climb. So again, with a heavy train, we're struggling to get up to speed. Yeah, I think I've got them all, he says without supreme confidence. And hopefully many more to come as well. It's kind of a very much ignored thing in TSW, so great to see getting some love. Yeah, you can almost feel the weight, can't you? You know, it's amazing. Even in the game, this very, very powerful locomotive dealing with those amount of wagons and that sort of weight. Yeah. Yes, that's interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. I mean, funnily enough. You get something like that the other way around. There's a dodgy AWS ramp on West Coast Main Line South. I think it's somewhere near Berkhamsted, where it always pings to give you an adverse, and it's usually green. But of course, if it's the other way round and you just flatly ignore it because you've heard the ping, then you're in supreme trouble. Yes. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I thought so, yeah. Ages ago, wasn't it? But I do remember. I can never remember that. I love that, the tea tankers, yeah. Yes, yeah, Hemel Hempstead, yeah. And again, it's it's a bit ridiculous that it's still in there as an issue, because it was like that when TSW5 was released, and we're now 4 months into TSW6, aren't we? So when are these things going to get fixed? When? Kind of think at the moment that we've got zero chance of ever getting to 60 mile an hour, but I guess once we start going a bit downhill, then was it really a mistake? Wow, you've got such a good memory. this is the fascination. You know, you're hurtling down the West Coast main line, and you've got Pendolinos racing past you, who can deal with these climbs absolutely no problem at all. Yeah, yes indeed, yeah, very interesting. One on the down slow, one on the down fast, yeah, 60 mile there, crossover. We're about to go through Madeley. Many years ago there used to be a station at Madeley and at Whitmore as well, so I always think that would have been my local station if they still existed. There's like a little bit of a cut-in here at Madeley. We go past a place called Manor Road, so if you're kind of driving from my house, which is a few miles away, and then you want to go to Crewe, then that's one way of getting to it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I presume that's because you're still on the climb. So if you're on the climb, you're going uphill, then it's a little bit of a struggle. I mean, sometimes it's always worth, if you feel as though, well, you can see with your bars, can't you, whether you're actually you're in the right situation. But sometimes you kind of reset power to 0, and then you can put full on. But I think the issue is the fact that you're going uphill. It's quite interesting for me doing this run at yeah, I think is that Manor Road there? I should be able to remember. It's like a little pull-in yard, yeah, where the road pulls away. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly how it is in real life. It's quite fascinating to do this at slow speed because as I say, it's not very far away, only a few miles away from my house, so I know this bit of line quite neatly. Yeah, it certainly is. So, you know, in some ways, it's kind of a shame that you can't go beyond Crewe, although we will once we get Trent Valley. But on another hand, it's quite nice to do a little short run. Yeah, absolutely. You know, with one single engine as well, and you know, I'm not, you know, Wiki will tell you what the power of the engine is, but it's yeah, it's incredible, really. Right, yeah, 69 has got the Class 66 engine. Yeah, and you know, I mean, we said before, but you know, people moan about, oh, not another Class 66 services in a new timetable comes out, but they are incredibly familiar to everybody on the UK railway network. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, interesting. But it's going to be good when we get the 90 as well, and we've got a little bit of variety, so we can suddenly start doing. But this is why we have to have we have to have the 90 on the Trent Valley, because being able to do a run from Crewe to Wellston Wembley is going to be absolutely superb. I like that. Mutated Class 56 body, proper Frankenstein loco. I mean, I can remember in the very early 80s going to Crewe Loco Works. They used to do a little tour you could walk around, and used to go with my dad, and we went quite a few times, but they didn't do any commentary or narration. They just basically just guided you around, and we went a few times on the Sunday. And what they were building the 56s, because I think the original 56s were built at in Romania, and then the rest of them they built at Crewe. I don't think they were up to great standard. That's a location I know very well too. I think I mentioned it before. That's the site of Whitmore Station, and that was basically now the larger village of Baldwin's Gate. Yeah, I might ease off the power at this stage, because I presume with the force of the train as we're going downhill, we'll probably get up to 60 then, possibly without any power. We'll see. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? And the 90 would be absolutely brilliant, and not even if all the services were 90 hull, because obviously a lot of them are 66, but just to have that variety, and for that length of route as well, would be absolutely lovely. And it kind of annoys you that such things were just passed off in the stream as of no consequence or of no importance. Yeah, well, exactly, and it therefore it's completely under All Aboard Studios' power to include it. And this isn't talking about licensing issues over Crewe and everything else. It's a fairly simple prognosis, isn't it? It's let's get it into the timetable. Yeah, it's funny, we've been climbing that hill without a care in the world, and then suddenly we're going downhill. That's that footbridge there, and it's absolutely accurately modelled with the brick footbridge. That's when I did those couple of videos by the West Coast Main Line. Very good, yeah. Yes, I see. You'd be happy for it to be on television. Very good. But again, yeah, they could probably do it, Mazza, but DTG, it'll be all hell for leather on whatever they are doing, whatever the teams that they have got doing, and building another timetable is probably very, very unlikely to happen. I mean, as you say, somebody will probably do another timetable for it, and we know that Josh said earlier on then he will include it on potentially on a timetable from him. And it's probably a bit early to be talking about the OTS 2019 Trent Valley timetable, but I'm sure in time he'd like to do that. yeah, I'm not going to try and accelerate because we are easing up slightly. So if we get to 60, then I'll put a bit of brake on. But it's, you know, it's just stupid, isn't it? It's stupid and petty because it could be sorted. Exactly, and that's the thing, isn't it? And you know, I think it's in absolutely everybody's interest to make sure that the console users get the best experience possible. Yeah, I would love to see that, and I've said before, I can't see, you know, imminently 92 coming out, so I can't expect that there's going to be Mark 5 sleepers, but I'd like to see the Mark 3 sleepers being created. Bear in mind that Just Trains have got the coaches for that. Then who knows, that might be a thing in time. Yeah, it's worth a shout, Amaze. Yeah, absolutely worth a shout because it's preposterous, and you know, I'm sure he might try and pass it off and say, well, it's nothing like that, it's nothing to do with it, but they can include 66s, and the fact is, if you've got all the freight services already loaded in anyway, then I presume that to substitute into a 90 for some alternative stock is or runs is just not going to be particularly difficult. Yeah, it's all very stupid, isn't it? And you know, it all dates back to the fact that Kez, well, he was. We certainly know about Kez because he was. He came out at the forums and said quite specifically. He said he'd had enough of ATS. He wasn't happy. He didn't feel as though they were giving him giving the TSW enough respect. And he'd had enough and he'd left them, and there was others as well. We don't know, well, I don't know exactly who the others were, and that all developed into a bit of a soap opera. So ATS were then in a situation where they got the Manchester Airport commuter route, which they were getting towards. They were thinking not far off being finished, but actually it needed more work, and they had to get people in to sort it out. But you know, I've got great respect for what the ATS team have done with Manchester Airport commuter. I've got no doubt that the 90 will be amazing as well, judging by the screenshot. So it's going to be a valuable addition to the game. And the route that they've done here, you know, I know it's been a bit buggy for consoles, but an absolutely amazing route that they brought out for Crewe to Birmingham. So these things surely can be sorted. Yeah, he might just listen as well, because he knows, you know, you're a regular correspondent and you talk to him, and he knows that you care deeply about the game. So, you know, it's certainly, he might take some notice. I'm going to put a bit of power on because we're going gently downhill, but we are not quite getting there, and I'm a bit behind schedule. I'm supposed to be there in 10 seconds. Right, cheers, mate. 6310. Ooh, that's interesting. 105 points the difference there between you and Rachel, who I've written in the wrong column anyway, but it's 6205. Hang on, let's put that there. Yeah, definitely. I mean, he is a, you know, he comes across, he is a top guy, and you know, I guess juggling loads of different things, and there's probably a million and one things he'd love to say but can't. So I can't remember what the difference was now, but we'll have a look at the old leaderboard at the end at the moment. Yeah, absolutely. Which, to be fair, you completely understand and agree with. I think it's the easiest thing in the world to moan about. But it's finding solutions, isn't it? That's what it's all about. Yeah, you're bound to get a bit of that. I mean, even Tom, I think, sometimes as well. He seems he makes me laugh when he does a Just Trains or a JT stream, as he calls them. He suddenly sounds and goes a lot more official. Is that the case, Rachel? I can't. Well, yeah, I remember saying. I can't remember what I said the difference was. I can't remember. Was it 59 points? I've forgotten now. Wow. I tell you what, the Mace Taves has been absolutely determined tonight. You've had your head down, and you probably find it easier to chat in this run because you know, you're sort of heading up the speed a little bit, going towards 60. So there hasn't been quite so much to engage brain-wise. I've really enjoyed though the I say hopefully adds another little bit of a competitive element to it by totaling the scores up and having a champion each week. So it's been fabulous. Really enjoyed it. And then not forgetting as well, Dominic wasn't too far behind either. Yeah, well, they are, aren't they? And I mean, the big issue is if you're doing one of those Josh's 2019 runs, and you've got kind of a load of hassle worrying about adverse signals along the way. Yeah, well, I'm about to say I'm 2 miles away. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah, definitely. And under the M6 there, there's one or two places as well, and being just a bit geekish, which. Yeah, I think they have, you know. I think there's a motorway sign over there as well, but there's one place where they've actually got the motorway signs in, and the whatever it's called, the restricted speed boards as well. Now then, that was single yellow, wasn't it? We're not quite out of the woods yet. Hang on. Yeah. Yeah, I was hoping for a nice clean. Yeah, see, we've got, this is the crossover. No, very, very true. Absolutely right. We'll find out my position in a minute. Yeah, of course, because obviously the issue here is we're coming through Stafford, and then we're heading on to the Queensville curves, aren't we? So naturally, this line is probably ideally positioned for Birmingham services. Right, I'm going to check. I think that's a yellow. Yeah. Right, Doxy Junction. Yeah, it's a yellow now. Yeah, definitely GRE 2057. Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. There you go. We've got a cross-country service now. So I think we're basically cleared into the end of the run, aren't we? Because you can see Stafford Station coming up, and then we kind of grind to a halt at Stafford. But even that feels like appropriate, because I've seen no end of freight trains at Stafford Station being held up waiting for paths further down the line. Just seems to me that, I don't know whether they just haven't got the staff or the abilities, but it just seems to me that you know, Matt will say a lot about, I'd like to get this done, I'd like to get that done, but they seem to be distant aspirations. Right, fantastic, Dominic, 6182. So not quite as good as Amaze Taze, and slightly less good than Rachel, so this could be quite interesting. But I honestly I couldn't tell you what the actual, how many people there are at DTG that are working on things like fixes and patches, and what the rest of them are doing. I've kind of got no comprehension. I think to solve the politics, DTG should make a separate timetable, like a first party timetable. Yeah, great score, yeah. Great score. I'll see if I can do something reasonable. I mean, it's a very much 1960s, I won't say monstrosity, but Stafford, but it's one of the new stations. So, we're again a station I'm very, very familiar with, and you could be there in real life. You really could be there standing, observing this train coming through. But yeah, I've seen many a freight train held here, so you know, it's not inconceivable that there could be a delay. Oh, I think it's ending me there. Well, 6194, which maybe if I got my yardage right, it might have been okay. So that was a great end to the stream. So Brian, we're just awaiting on. Oh, Azza is 4356. 4356. Do you have a few? Ah, right. It perhaps was the delay in putting on the safety systems. Oh, yeah, I might have got better on accuracy bonus if I'd just concentrated on keeping the speed on. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rachel. So we're nearly finished then. There's just a few, to use a DTG term, a few little bits of administration to deal with, and then we will be done and dusty. Crikey, this is the longest stream ever. Right, so hang on. Six V11, Basford, Hall to Stafford. Right, so let's get some scores in. So we'll tell you what, let's do it in alphabetical order again. So Maze Tays was 6310. Azza was 4356. Dominic was 6182. Must get some oil on this chair at some point. 6182. I was 6194, so not too far away this time. Probably my best run of the night, I would say. And then Rachel was 6205. So, oh, I've actually slipped into gold medal position on that, unless Brian's going to beat it. Yeah, Mace Tays, Rachel, and me, but not much to choose between you, and 105 points the difference there. But some very, very good runs. So let's just quickly check back. Right, just outside Stafford. Oh yes, sorry. Well mentioned. Right, we don't want that one. This is going to be a regular factor of me clicking on the wrong scoreboard. Yeah, so big reveal, not too far off. Yeah, some great runs. Brian's not too far away. So yeah, that's the totals there. So yeah, Dominic. Amaze Tays by 105 points. I was in bronze position, but Brian's score is still to come. So I'm going to start updating the totals, but I'll slip Brian's score in a sec once we have it. So we need to go back, and then we need the totals in. Right, so Dominic was 40,059, and this is where it gets quite exciting. Need dramatic music in it, really. I need to find some music to go with all of this, and then we'll add on 6182. and that means a grand total of 46,241, which is quite excellent. So I'm just going to do it in this order to begin with. Rachel, 39,971. So adding on 6,194. So 46,165. Wow. That is interesting. Amazed Tays. So 38,230. And we'll add on 6,310. So that's 44,540. I think. Yeah, which moves you into the bronze medal position. So we'll do the others as well. So Azza was on, and remember this, 38,842. 38,842. Plus 4,356 is 43,198. If we get some very close ones, I probably need to actually do recounts and checking and all that sort of stuff. Right, we got Rachel's score in, haven't we? Oh yeah, I haven't put mine in, have I? 26,945 plus 6,194, 33,139. It's at that point that I realise I've actually. So I'm still I'm bottom basically because Concord and Electric Blues were only did one run right at the start of the stream. So there you go. Right, so let's go back. So at the moment, I mean, it's looking very much as though Dominic is our winner. This is getting ridiculous, isn't it? 2 weeks running. But 35, 41, so that's 70 odd points. Rachel very much really good second place, and Amazed Tays in third. Yeah, that's what I've added in, isn't it? 6205. Did I read out something different? Hang on, let me double check then. 19010, 10242, 10319, 6205. So your total should be 45,776. Okay, let's have a look. What did we put? Oh, actually, I've overscored you then, haven't I? 45,776 then, I do believe. Right. Okay. Either way, it's damn close. Right, 62024, Brian. So I'll put you in the totals first of all. So 35,846. What did you say? 6202. That's a damn good score actually, Brian. Very close runs there. Probably Amazed Tays, to be honest with you. Oh, Rachel, I did write 6204. I've changed it to 6194. So hang on a minute. 1739. I might have just read it out wrong because sometimes I read things and then actually just type it in at the same time. So 6204. Let me just check there again. So Rachel was 17 339 9921 9685 6204 43149. I think. Let's make sure because I'm getting myself confused now. 17. I'm looking at the wrong scores. I do apologise. 19010, 10242, 10319, 6205, 45776. Yep, we've got the right score for you, Rachel. Yeah. So yeah, so the Mace Tays the winner. Rachel. Mace Tays was in third. Dominic was the winner again. Rachel is in second place, and Mace Tays in third. Then just finally, quickly, we'll just update Brian's score as well in in that runs total. If I can find it again. So hang on. So Brian, where are we? So 6202. So you were actually in third place for that run. Mace Tays was the winner. Rachel was second. Brian in third, but very little in it. And then just one final thing on the week's totals, because I think there's still something else that I've just spotted, and then we are basically finished then. Sorry, I've just put your score in at the end, but that's not right. That's not the total. 18919, 8348. 8219 6202 41688 is your total, Brian. Right, I think that's right now. There we go. So I'm very much pushed down to sixth place, and obviously Concord didn't do the full runs, but you can see the top six who all participated there in the full run. So well played, everybody, and thank you very much. Well done, Dom, and the champion yet again. So you can pick next week as well. But some great scores all round. No pacer runs next week, Dom. That cost me this week. I like it. But yeah, thank you very much, everybody. We'll be back on Tuesday night at 7:30. But it's been a lovely stream again. Really enjoyed it, and thanks for everybody taking part. Thanks for those that just watched and hopefully enjoyed it, and you can kind of see what Trains and World's all about. And as always, just to say, just one last shout out, but if you haven't already subscribed to the channel, then I'll be really grateful if you consider doing so. But yeah, absolutely. Well, my driving needs to be 100% better. Yes, but some great driving from everybody. Well, you say that, but you were in the top three, weren't you? And you're driving trains that you didn't drive in real life, so it's a totally different experience. So, but yeah, absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much. So we'll say good night for now, and yeah, thanks. As I always say, I couldn't do it without you. So enjoy the week. You demand a recount, Brian. Excellent. So thank you very much. See you on Tuesday night. And yeah, we'll probably will try and get an 8:05 run in at Leeds next Tuesday. But it's up to you, mate. Say, just see what you think. I don't want to force anybody to buy routes. So it's really entirely down to you. But yes, I know you nearly got that sneak 10 Amazed Tays. I'd have put it in as well. I thought, oh no, he's bound to be right. Anyway, thank you very much, everybody. And until Tuesday, from Power Flower, Trains and Planes, it's goodbye. Good night.